From my secret base at the center of the earth, on the fringes of the edge of outrage, comes the voice of Dictor Van Doomcock, the future ruler of Earth, and I am here today, my friends, in a very bad mood because of what I have learned about Rian Johnson and his whimsical killing of Luke Skywalker. For those of you who have not seen my latest video, which I posted only about an hour ago, this was confessed by Rian Johnson in a CNN interview from March of 2018, where he explicitly states that he waffled back and forth about killing Luke because it wasn't necessary to the movie right up until the editing bay. In post-production, when they told him to go ahead and fade him out to oblivion. I have a lot to say about this, but first, I want to go ahead and send a hail to the chat. First of all, I want to send hail to Mary Ashmead. Thank you, Mary, for hustling to be here and taking care of your young one in advance so that you could be here and be the den mom and moderate and do what you do so brilliantly. And I want to thank everyone else who is here today. I want to thank Dahawk666, Karl Marr, Ranks Orox, Injeffable, Darth Gavel, Auroran Sky, Zugi01, Brian M. Kissimmys, Arik Saka, Stone Loki, Pondamus Maximus, Mikhail Johansson, Dave Bob, Kilroy was here, Chris Persian, Natasha Cloutier, Solar Chaos, Jade Tanner, Charles King, Turbo Donk, Vladdy777, Common Sense America, Michael Keller. I'm not wearing my helmet, Michael. That's what's going on. Darth Tico, Rudyard, Oljink, Lowe's, Horseradish Power, Ronan Blade, Dan Kilroy, Lucifer, Love Monkey, you allow perishing flames, Blue Dragon, Kenjack Ben, Herbicus McDerpington, Dark Paladin Gaming, J. Peasmold, Grunfatok, Blasted Heath, Horseradish Power, Gola 82, The Toxic 76, Sean Crummel, and so many more. Romulan Spy is here. Hail Romulan Spy. Orthopedics, Ronan Blade. Oh, it is great to have you all here. Thomas Jefferson is here. Wow. Hell yes. Dan Kilroy. Yes, I mentioned you, Dan. Mark R. Petter Aven. Johan Bergqvist, Obi-1278883, Euler Greg, Crossbone Vanyard, Lando, Calrissian is here, Cardboard Kenny, hey, Cardboard Kenny, hail, Jade Tanner, all of you guys, welcome. We already have 250 people here, and hail to the best chat ever, says Mary Ashmead. Yes, indeed, you guys are absolutely the best chat ever. Oh boy, I need a sip of bourbon right now. I'm drinking D Artist Jewelry. Hail, welcome. Elric Huga, Demon Scythe Synthwave, Spike in Madness. Hell, I need a drink. I'm drinking Bullet Bourbon today, my old comfort drink. Bullet Bourbon goes down smooth, tastes great. Kitala Laris, Matt Deckard, Simon Wilde, jeez. Irish King for long-lasting deodorant protection. Cheers. If y'all have drinks out in there, drink them now. Go ahead and drink them right now. We need it. All right. Got a ton of folks here. 267 watching. This is fantastic. Got a ton of super chats piled up, and I'm going to get to them in just a second. But for those of you who have not seen my video, I want to go ahead and I want to lay out basically why this is whimsical. The facts of the matter are, in March of 2018, this aired apparently on the business CNN Money channel. They were talking about The Last Jedi. Rian Johnson says, despite Luke Skywalker, despite Mark Hamill himself tweeting out, no, it was on the script from day one. Apparently that's contradicted in that interview by Rian Johnson. So Mark either doesn't know what he's talking about on that point, or he is covering up contractually. It's been very sad to see how Luke Skywalker, I mean Mark Hamill, look, I'm just going to use them interchangeably, all right? Because that's how I see him. I see him as Luke. But Mark Hamill has basically gone from being one of us and confessing that this was a disgrace and being disappointed and knowing that the fans are going to be miserable to basically towing the line. I imagine lawyers were involved in that. And he basically, Rian Johnson, says, well, there was a time when, we were going back and forth on it and, but we were making this for ourselves. We were making this movie for us. We weren't making this movie for them. And so he went ahead and at the last minute, finally decided, he said it would have been easier to leave Luke on the island, which is how I guess it was shot. But they went ahead in post and said at last minute, go ahead and take him out of there. Go ahead and fade him to oblivion. And so they did. Without any regard for the consequence to Hamill himself, to the fans, to the mythology of Star Wars, nothing. He didn't give a shit. He just decided, hey, on a whim. What do I mean by a whim? Why do I say it was whimsical? He says he thought about it. He says he went back and forth on it. Is that whimsical? I say it is. I say it is because when you are 50-50 on something, when you go back and forth on it, and you're like, maybe, yeah, go ahead. That, to me, is a whim, as opposed to an integral part of the script in terms of having some kind of narrative coherence and integrity to that death actually meaning something. There's none of that. It was just his feeling. He just followed his gut. And what it was a gut punch to us. I mean, look at what about the great cinematic tragedies in history? In my video, which a lot of you probably haven't seen yet, you probably haven't had a chance. Chinatown. Let's talk about that death. Let's talk about that tragic ending. Why is it good as opposed to this crap? Well, it's good because it makes sense for the character. It makes sense for the script. It makes sense for the entire narrative structure of the universe. And I don't mean our universe. I mean the cinematic universe of Los Angeles in the 30s that was constructed in that film, because it is foreshadowed. It absolutely makes sense. In fact, it is almost inevitable the way that it's laid out. In that movie, Chinatown, which is one of my favorite movies of all time, Evelyn Mulwray is shot at the conclusion of that. She is Jack Nicholson's client, J.J. Gitt's client. And she is shot through the head, trying to steal her daughter away, to get away from her father, who fathered this child with her. So she is famously her sister, her daughter, her sister, her daughter, sister and her daughter. This guy, Noah Cross, her father-in-law, her father, was a horrible, horrible man. But he had the reins of power in Chinatown. So when that detective shoots her through the head and the cops let this murder stand, and he goes ahead and grabs his daughter with his daughter and drags her away to a fate that we can only too well imagine given his past. This horrible ending makes sense because it happens in Chinatown. And there's a reason that the script is called Chinatown. It's because there's a little story that Gitz tells Evelyn Mulwray in the plot. He says that he and his partner used to work the beat in Chinatown. And the thing about working in Chinatown was you never knew what was going on because of all the various languages and dialects and nobody cooperating with the cops. You never knew what was going on. And it was a place of treachery and confusion and darkness. So naturally, at the end, when that is realized, when that death happens, and that little girl is taken away to be victimized again by her rapist father, and Gittes stands there looking numb, and his partner, the one who used to work Chinatown with him that shot her in the head, tells Jake's partner, now, you want to do him a favor? Get him out of here. You hear me? Get him out of here. He looks at Jake and he says, I'm doing you a favor. And so they take Nicholson and they lead him away. And Nicholson pauses and looks back, and the look on his face is unspeakably, it's just devastated. And his partner says to him in one of the greatest final lines of any film ever made, forget it, Jake, it's Chinatown. Now, that is a tragic ending. That is an unhappy ending. That is a miserable ending. And it is also a glorious ending because it is appropriate. And the same thing with Spock dying in Wrath of Khan. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, or the one. I mean, you know, I still get emotional thinking about that, because that was a great death. It was an important death. It was a death with integrity. Yeah, I know Nimoy wanted out. That's how they enticed him. But still, Nicholas Meyer was such a great screenwriter. It was credited to Jack Sowards, but it was Nicholas Meyer that assembled that. He made it work. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, or the one. That matters. And so it was integral to the script. Can you imagine that film being as great as it is without Spock dying? But no, there was no need for Luke Skywalker to die. There was no reason whatsoever except he wanted it. He said it himself in the interview. Go and check out my video. He says it himself. That it could have been fine leaving him there on the island, just leaving him there. It would have been just fine. But no. No. Let's kill him. Let me just put a final imprimatur of piss on this franchise. Let me go ahead and put it down. Let me go ahead and just go ahead and wreck it. Because God knows I'll never be allowed to direct this thing again. Let me just go ahead and stir up my controversy that I wanted to alienate half of the audience. I wanted it. I wanted to go ahead and piss off 50% of the fandom. Because, oh boy, then they'll be talking about me. Well, we're talking about you now, prick. On a whim. No structural integrity. No reason whatsoever from a narrative standpoint. Screenplay is structure. And something like that, if you're going to do something like that, it better be woven throughout the narrative. It better be a crucial part of it. Otherwise, it's just whimsical. It's just pulling stuff out of your ass. Forget it, Jake. It's Disney, says Darth Gavel. Yeah. Trinoculus P. Luke Skywalker walks out in front of a bus. That would have been better. If he teleported somewhere and got hit by a bus. Mega Jetty 1 says Luke Skywalker was my favorite because he was the hero. If I had to see him die in the sequel trilogy, I'd have wanted him to go out in an epic and highly emotional way. The Last Jedi didn't do that. No. Went out in that Elliot-esque way, not with a bang, but a whimper. This is the way the world ends. This is the way the world ends. This is the way the world ends, not with a bang, but a whimper. Matthew Gaudet says, I always felt Spock's resurrection invalidated his sacrifice, like Nick Myers said. Possibly. But we're talking about The Wrath of Khan as a self-contained film. And I think that film is perfect. This is, yeah, Nicholas Noah says it very well. A gut punch to every Star Wars fan. For what reason? Yeah. Lacey Wicked says Captain Kirk was killed on a whim too. That's why I never saw it. I knew ahead of time. He was, and I've never seen it. To this day, I've never seen him die. Therefore, in my dojo, Kirk never died. Common Sense America's Luke went out like a bitch, not the ending he deserved. You're 100% right, Common Sense America. 100% right. Let's go to the super chats here. I want to see what you guys think. I mean, I've made my video. I've ranted. and I'm going to continue to rant, but obviously you guys really are the show. I'm almost, I facilitate that, but I want to give you guys a voice because I'm sure you have some strong feelings about this too. And I'm just, God, I'm just disgusted. Solar Chaos with a $5 super chat asking, what are Articles 11 and 13 in the first place? I've heard lots of chatter about them over the last few days, but now explanations. All right. Well, Solar Chaos, basically Articles 11 and 13 involve copyright in the EU. Okay. Now, what it's basically going to do is, in essence, from what I understand, it is going to attempt to limit the freedom of expression and information on the internet, because it's going to place internet providers, especially social media providers like YouTube, like Twitter, and so on, as responsible for any copyrighted content uploaded on their platforms. Now, they know full well that there's no way that YouTube or Twitter or Facebook or any of these companies can just go ahead and curate such vast amounts of information. So apparently what they're hoping that this is going to do is force YouTube, Twitter, and so on to clamp down on any copyrighted images, any copyrighted content whatsoever, even stills, even things from the internet, even things in publicity releases, you know, things that anything copyrighted will be subject to this. And if YouTube lets stuff slip out, if Google lets stuff slip out, Facebook or Twitter, they will owe the EU a tax. It's pretty much that simple. See, they don't want to go after individual content creators because it would be like whack-a-mole. It would be like, you know, Mickey Mouse at the end of Sorcerer's Apprentice times a million. So no, they want to clamp down on it on the source. So it is basically putting a huge stopper in the global flow of information. It's going to kill things like memes that use existing copyrighted content in clever ways. It essentially is an attack on the principle of fair use. That's what it is, to my understanding. Now, anyone who is in the EU that has a better understanding of this than I, and certainly there are people out there that do. I'm not putting myself out as an expert. But this is going to have a chilling effect on freedom of speech, freedom of information, and the internet. A huge, huge impact. I think, unfortunately, what is ultimately going to happen is it's going to result in the EU basically being quarantined from large parts of the internet. Rather than pay the tax and be beholden to these people, I imagine that YouTube, Google, Facebook, Twitter will basically block out the EU and simply not provide their services there anymore. I think that that's probably what's going to happen. Of course, they may go ahead and come to some kind of agreement. I mean, they have, I think, 2 years to reach some kind of understanding. But this is my understanding, flawed as it may be, of Article 11 and Article 13. So let's see what the chat has to say, so that folks may be going ahead and correcting me on this. Mark R says the biggest problem Article 13 causes is that the big companies are going to automate detection of copyright material as you upload it. Exactly. And those automated programs will likely not be too smart. No. So basically, good luck on uploading anything. You understand? Anything. That's the problem. That is the problem. The EU is turning into just another totalitarian regime. They seem to be taking notes from China, says Brett Caton. Hail, Brett. Cardboard Kenny says Dave Cullen has some good vids on it. Yes, I've seen those actually. They are good. And it was lobbied by Paul McCartney for the music industry, which makes me sick, Simon Jensen. It makes me absolutely sick that my favorite band, the Beatles, would be implicated in this crap. Yeah. Minecraft Dino Kaiju MDK says, first Lucas killed on a whim, and now Article 13 is going to kill the internet on a whim. Pretty much, because none of these people that went ahead and legislated this have any like technical backgrounds to understand what the implications are for the internet. These are dark times, people. Michael Keller says it's not an attack, it's the end of fair use. Universities were against these articles as it will end scientific work and citations. And citations. JP says Article 11 and 13 are cancer to the internet in Europe. Absolutely 100% correct. And it's going to, and depending on how clumsily it's implemented. And now I know for a fact that YouTube has been fighting this. Google has been fighting this. To their credit, they resist it. They don't want this. They're on our side in this matter. But unfortunately, if they react the wrong way, if they go ahead and react clumsily, if they don't create some kind of content screen that's very smart and has leeway, it's going to really kill fair use around the world. And this is a tragedy, people. This is huge. Lowe's says we're heading straight for a cyberpunk dystopia, but without any of the cool aesthetics of all the terrible futures humanity has imagined. We're going straight for the most boring one. Yes. And Luke Skywalker has been killed on a whim. So Europe, I imagine VPNs are in your future. VPNs that will go ahead and act like they are American or some other country that is not in the EU. Yes, Turbo Dunk, you may only consume pre-approved entertainment. Entertainment like a Luke-less Star Wars. Thanks, Ruin. Thanks. Rudyard Olnick says if Article 13 is successful, it will spread across the rest of the planet and limit our ability to share information and communicate with others. Yep. That is essentially the facts of the matter. The Lone Wolf Cub says 2019 equals 1984, 100%. Loquacious Primate says it's an attack on the hyperlink itself. You would need authorization to any news you cite, even a quote, which you won't be able to get unless you're a mass media provider. So this is essentially killing the small voices that you trust on YouTube, such as mine, and crushing us in favor of the approved collective media, the mainstream media, ascendant over the truth, over truth tellers like Doomcock. Absolutely disgusting. So, Solar Chaos, there you go. Lowe's with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Solar Chaos, for that, by the way. I'm angry. I'm going fast here. I'm pretty fucking pissed. So forgive me if I am a bit brusque and speaking a bit quickly. Solar Chaos, thank you. Lowe's, thank you for this super chat of $5. And he says, on a whim, seems to have described the entire trilogy planning process. It's a bit upsetting to get confirmed, but why would Luke have been exempt? Yeah, he wouldn't. Well, he's a symbol of the patriarchy, isn't he? And we know for a fact that Kathleen Kennedy has turned Lucasfilm into an attack dog on the patriarchy. White males need not apply. Even though white males are the majority of their audience, they're no longer particularly welcome in Lucasfilm, in Star Wars fandom. They just don't want us around. You know, recently, and this is the mindset, recently, when Beto O'Rourke declared his candidacy for president, he was attacked by saying simply, oh, really? Do we need another white man running for office? Now, I don't care what you think about Beto O'Rourke, whether you support him or you don't support him. The fact that he's a white man shouldn't enter into it. That is racism. That is racism. That is sexism. That is every kind of ism that these people purportedly complain about, but perpetuate. They are such phony liars. And it makes me sick. So yeah, Lowe's, exactly. On a whim. That was the entire trilogy planning process. No continuity between The Force Awakens and The Last Jedi and whatever the hell they're calling this next piece of garbage that I'm going to boycott, boycott, boycott. Do not pay them money to see episode 9. Say 9 to 9 without respect. We reject. And is this respect? Is this respect? Is what Rian Johnson doing respect? No. Nor is it respect on the behalf of Kathleen Kennedy or Jar Jar Abrams, all of it. Jar Jar Abrams is now saying, oh, you guys are so dumb. We're just going to go ahead and we're just going to bring Luke back. We'll probably bring Snoke back. It was all a phony thing. They're just going to go ahead and erase The Last Jedi, which is fine, except it's going to be so phony, so craven, without an apology, without actually just jettisoning it, just saying it was a dream. No, they're going to go ahead and try to retcon it in continuity. In continuity. Right? Isn't that something? Are you going to be dumb enough to fall for that? Are you going to be satisfied by that? I'm not. Boycott them. They've been calling us racists and sexists for years now, and it's time to remind them that without respect, we reject fandom when the wallet's closed. That is what we have to have in 2019. Otherwise, they're going to keep treating us this way. Thank you, Lowe's. Chris Persia with a $5 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Chris, very much. And he says, Roundhead Johnson, a truly narcissistic sycophant and co-collaborator in Kennedy's plans of misandry. Never before have I been as repulsed as now. Yeah, you know, you read about what a lousy writer Rian Johnson was. You read about that this is the first draft script that he crapped out because he was so convinced, even though he's not a writer, even though he has contempt for writing, even though he hates writing, that his first draft was going to be good enough to go ahead and define a franchise. Yeah, right. You scumbag. Oh, man. And Kathleen Kennedy let him do it. Because ultimately, he's just her lapdog. You know that. And he took orders real good, and he rolled over when told, and that's why he was given power. That's why he was given this alleged new trilogy. Although really, it sounds like, you know, Benioff and Weiss are actually implementing the new trilogy that's set, you know, 1,000 years earlier in a galaxy. Knights of the Old Republic style stuff. A truly narcissistic sycophant and co-collaborator in Kennedy's plans of misandry. I could not have put it better myself, Chris. Man, I am. Oh, Jesus. Oh, you know, just hearing him in that own, you know, girlish, whiny voice of his out of that round-headed pie hole. It just kind of makes my head feel light, you know? I cannot, not merely as a Star Wars fan, but as a writer, as a thinker, and as someone that understands screenplay construction, how these things are supposed to be put together in a way that amplifies the theme and advances the characters. This is slapdash. This is shoddy. This is like prefab construction by, you know, budget cutting hacks, you know, deployed in Manila, where they're just bringing these free prefab structures over there and just slapping them up and then charging, like, you know, outrageously 5 to 6 times what they're worth. You know, that kind of shoddy crap. Roundhead Johnson. Yeah, repulsed is the word. Thank you, Chris Persia. We have a $10 super chat from someone. Unfortunately, the message was deleted here. I don't know who or why. Thank you for the super chat, though. And if you can repeat it in a different language or something, let me know. You know, let me know in the chat or something. And, I will try to read it out. I'm sorry, whoever it was. That sucks. That really sucks. I hate that. Certainly nothing to do with me, and I apologize. I apologize to you guys. John Balderdash. Thank you, John, for this $10 super chat. And he says, I'm demoralized. Seems Fandom Menace can't win anything important. If Captain Marvel was a success despite the endless insults, what hope do we have for episode 9? Listen, Captain Marvel is basically The Last Jedi. So to think that we were going to be able to torpedo Captain Marvel without some time, without some warning, it was probably a wishful thinking. Now, see, The Last Jedi did well in and of itself, but it has really subsequently destroyed the franchise because people go in and they're suckered in and they get in there. And, you know, some people come out being kind of hypnotized and saying, oh, that was good. And then, you know, they think about it some more and they think about it some more. It takes them a while to break that hypnosis and come around. So the same thing with Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel is The Last Jedi. Captain Marvel is not The Force Awakens. It's The Last Jedi. And so the effects of the outrage of Captain Marvel's scummy treatment of the fans, of males, of white males, is going to go ahead and register over time. Now, I don't know that it will necessarily impact Endgame. They were very clever about that. Because who is going to skip Endgame solely because of Captain Marvel? Well, only the most keyed in fans, only the members of the Fandom Menace, people like you guys, will know. But even so, we're still hoping that there will be some kind of resolution, that there will be some kind of salvation in Endgame, that they will go ahead and veer away from this course, that the Russo brothers will say 9 to Captain Marvel. We'll go ahead and minimize her. I heard that there were 2 cuts. It was a rumor, but this is something I heard. And I'm hoping that basically what will happen is they will veer away. They will use the less Captain Marvel-centric cut of the thing. And that could make all the difference. I mean, that could basically save the MCU. But if they don't, Endgame is their last chance. And if they go ahead and make her the key to defeating Thanos, if they make her the leader of the Marvel Universe, if she's the bestest ever that there ever was, then that's it. I will not be patronizing Marvel anymore. I will not be giving them my money. I won't be opening my wallet. The Marvel Universe will essentially die in Infinity War. We will see. We will see. Seems Fandom Menace can't win anything important. Listen, the things that are going on right now behind the scenes at Star Trek Discovery, and I haven't discussed this because I'm being very, very careful about the stuff that I report. You know, I'm being very, very selective at this point. But I can tell you broadly that there's a new showrunner that's been brought in. Kurtzman just issued an interview talking about that Section 31, that TV series that they announced, is not really happening. And I've heard things about Star Trek Discovery and Picard that make me wonder if they will ever appear in any form. Certainly with Kurtzman. They went ahead and canceled the Obi-Wan movie and they canceled the Boba Fett movie. They canceled basically the standalone Star Wars story movies because of how we torpedoed Solo. So don't think that we don't have an impact, John Balderdash. That, sir, is Balderdash. Don't think that for a moment. Listen, they are reacting to us right and left. They're afraid of us. Why do you think that they changed Rotten Tomatoes? Why do you think YouTube changed? All in support of Captain Marvel, because they were afraid of us. I have here right now a little snippet. I'm going to make a video about this. I'm looking it up on my phone here. I did a screen grab of it. So let's see, get this. I'm not sure where this came from. I'm going to have to track this down, but it says Captain Marvel scores a victory over trolls with opening weekend success. says, but perhaps more importantly, steps were taken to mitigate any troll effect on Captain Marvel. 2 studio executives who spoke anonymously because they weren't authorized to speak about their anti-troll efforts said they've become more adept and prepared for combating organized negativity around a release. Would they do that if we weren't having an impact? So be remoralized, John Balderdash. Be remoralized. Oh, hell yes, we're having an impact. But I'm telling you, the line must be drawn at episode 9. We cannot let this stand, guys. We cannot let this stand. Thank you, John Balderdash. David Sims. Hail, David, my legionnaire and friend, with a £5 super chat. Thank you, sir. And he says, to use your words, The Last Jedi is a fractal of fuck. Yes, yes, it is. It is indeed, my friend. And I tell you, that fractal, you can just drill down into that and drill down into that and drill down into that and never, ever, ever hit the bottom. So there you go. We are having an impact, folks. Trust me, we are having a huge impact. The fandom menace is strong. The fandom menace is strong. Believe me, hear me now, believe me later. We're having a goddamn effect. Do not despair. Thank you, David Sims. You are quite correct. Of course, since I said that, I would think that, wouldn't I? I am a supervillain, however. I am allowed to be megalomaniacal. John Balderdash again. Hail, John Balderdash, with a $20 super chat. Thank you, sir. And he says, I saw a Star Wars theory that they could make Skywalker a title for the galaxy's most powerful Force user and give this title to Rey to both prove she's the bestest Jedi ever and to make her a Skywalker without retcons. Oh, for God's sake. Yeah, that makes me sick. Sometimes you either have to cry or laugh, and I choose to laugh. I choose to laugh. That is so Skywalker is an honorific, much like Darth. I see. Let's go ahead and just retcon the hell out of any goodness or integrity in this entire universe. This harkens back to a wonderful quote, a comment that was left on my video here. I did a screen grab of this because I wanted to share it with you guys. I do read all the comments, folks. It takes me hours, but I read all your comments. A lot of times I can only respond with a heart to let you know I've been there. But, sometimes I try to leave a word or two, but it's overwhelming. But, I read them because you guys have such good insights. You guys are so damn smart. Best chat in YouTube. And Mr. Man-Dude, hail to you, sir. I'm going to quote you. Get this. He says, Rian Johnson has also said he changed Luke's personality so much because he thought if he kept him in character, he would just be an older version of Rey. Are your heads exploding out there? I will read this again. Rian Johnson has also said he changed Luke's personality so much because he thought if he kept him in character, he would just be an, quote, older version of Rey. Absolutely unbelievable. Not only does this confirm that Rey is basically just a cookie cutter clone of Luke, just without the character development, but it also shows his terrible thought process. When given the opportunity to change a recently made, poorly developed original character with little motivation, or to change a beloved 40-year-old cultural icon, he chose the icon. Crazy. Yes, Mr. Man-Dude, crazy indeed, and thank you for posting that. Well put. I'm sure you guys will agree. Yeah, can you imagine? This is Star Wars. Like Mikey Spock says, this is Starfleet. This is Star Wars. Now, the Force is female, and it sucks. Thank you, John Balderdash. I find that absolutely disgusting. Skywalker. Might as well just call him Skyfucker and have done with it, right? Yeah. Yeah. Ray Spacefucker. Basically, that's what it should be. Ray FF for franchise fucker. Thank you, John Balderdash, for that. Orknestra with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Legionnaire Orknestra. And he says, it's high time to install a transformation cog in your lab and have a giant Xanadoomcock crush Hollywood beneath its size 5,000 metal boots. That's a great idea. Orknestra, why don't you go ahead and collaborate with your other Legionnaires to go ahead and make this happen? I support it entirely. Hell, you know. You should even put like a little cockpit in there in the head. So we can take turns riding around in it and stomping on particular, like, Hollywood buildings and stuff. That would be a blast. I think we ought to do that, Orknestra. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Well, that's why you're in the lair, right? That's why you're down in Xanadoom with the rest of us, because you are on the ball, sir. Hail Orknestra, and thank you, sir, for that super chat. Moonfail. Hail Moonfail with a $20 super chat. Thank you, sir. He says, here's a 20 for the free Harvey fund. I just want Star Wars to end in a symphony of screams at this point. Oh, well. It gets more and more and more tempting to go ahead and deal with this situation the longer these things go on. As you know, famously, I have resisted unleashing Harvey on the world because we've still got The Expanse coming. We've got Game of Thrones resolving, finally, an end just in April, just this next month, a few weeks away. We've got Cobra Kai coming at the end of April. So all of these things make me stay my hand from the button, stay my finger from depressing that depressing final surrender to oblivion. And at this point, I want to say, have you guys pressed the like button? If you have not pressed the like button, please, people, do so. Do so, because let me tell you something. YouTube's new algorithm has been hitting me hard, folks. They've been hitting me hard. And, they're not notifying people as much as they were. I'm not getting as many views as I did. And, we need to send a message to YouTube, because these things like likes and things really matter. It does add up. Believe me, it matters. So if you are enjoying it, I don't want you to lie. I don't want anyone to lie. But if you are enjoying this in this live stream and you enjoy Doomcock's channel, please give that like button a lick and send a message to YouTube that this is the kind of stuff that you like to hear. Appreciate it, you guys. Orknestra says the like button is the only button Doomcock sanctions pushing. Yes. Indiana Jeremy says, whip that button. Whip it good. Lowe's says Attack on Titan 3 is coming in April too. See? April showers will come our way. Alan Grimes says, dare look up time crystal on Wikipedia. Yes, they took a name of something that exists that has nothing to do with time travel and perverted it in a ridiculous way, in the worst way possible on Star Trek Discovery, that it would fuel a time suit. Incredible incompetence. And of course, the problem with the time crystals, this is really funny, you guys. So, like, defenders of Star Trek Discovery are saying, but time crystals exist. Yes, they have nothing to do with time travel, but they exist. And get this, folks, get this. This is really funny. We can make time crystals in our lab right now. In our 21st century labs, they have made time crystals, which begs the question, if time crystals can be made in our era, then why does Section 31 have to pull a covert op to go to a black market on the Klingon homeworld to steal one or to buy one or whatever they did? They could just make one. In fact, the replicators could just make them. Replicate me some time crystals. Okay, done. The stupidity of the Star Trek Discovery writers is beyond reckoning. It is simply the stuff of legend, dullard legend. You cannot make this crap up. Oh, dear God. All right. Anyway, let us continue on. Don't get me started on Star Trek Discovery, people. Don't get me started on that crap. I'm going to take a sip of tea here and continue. Thank you, Moonfail. Common Sense America with a $1.99 super chat. Hail Common Sense America says, you should do a Discovery live commentary, my lord. If I did that, it would probably suck. I mean, you know, I'm an egomaniac, no doubt about it. But I don't know if you guys would really want to hear me while I'm watching Discovery, because my articulate rage gives way to just cursing and hating, in disbelief and drinking. And I just don't know that that would be a very, very good commentary at all. You know, I mean, and basically what I do is I pause it every, you know, I don't know, minute and a half, whenever some new piece of outrage emerges, and I go ahead and I take a note for you guys so that I can do my reviews. It's so fucking bad. Oh man. Now I have done live commentaries, actually. Common Sense America. I did it last season for a number of the episodes. So all of you legionnaires and villains, rogues, and vagabonds out there who are patrons of mine at patreon.com/doomcock. And also I've got a subscribe star up now, subscribestar.com/doomcock. I go ahead and do these commentaries, and you can go ahead and sync them up on Patreon. I'm not sure. I'm still getting the feel for Subscribe Star. You know, I don't know that they have good organizational tools, but on Patreon, what you do is you go to posts, click on posts. There's overview, posts, and community. Click on posts, and then you'll see all the tags over to the left of the kind of content that you want. And if you want to listen to one of my DVD commentaries on films, I've done Blade Runner, I've done Forbidden Planet, I've done Star Trek V, Star Trek II, Wrath of Khan, Ghostbusters 2016. Yeah, that was painful. Fant 4-stick, things like that. Just click on DVD commentary. It will pull up all the commentaries that I've done. I also do commentaries on classic Star Trek episodes. I'm doing every single one of those before I'm done. I also have a Rumblings from the Lair podcast exclusive to patreon.com. You can click on those and bring all of those up. Things like that. So you guys do that. Check it out. And there's a lot of content there, more really than you can probably listen to. I mean, it's just hours and hours and hours of exclusive stuff at patreon.com/doomcock. Thank you, Common Sense America. Ito Yiguma with a €10 super chat and a machine gun. The bear has got a gun. Thank you, Ito Yuguma-san. And he says, hail Doomcock, hail Harvey. Maybe we should lock Ryan into a room with Harvey. Wait, why stop there? Let's feed him the entire story group. Well, you know, we need a transporter, basically. Otherwise, it's not going to work. Look, that barrier is solid. I made it solid to save all of us. And if I lower it and have them like try to file through or something, or try to toss them in, he's going to get out. Remember, he doesn't really have any specific mass or size. Time and space have no real meaning for Harvey. And so, you know, he could slip through even the tiniest crack in that field. So we're taking our lives in our hands to do this. And for reasons that I've explained, Ito Higuma-san, I am reluctant to do this. However, if things keep going the way they're going, I may just have to go ahead and let Harvey out, because it's all, I mean, every single week, more and more cries ring out for the liberation of Harvey Cthulhu. Free Harvey Cthulhu. Well, ladies and gentlemen, here's Harvey.
I am on my mic. He has graciously tapped his feed from my mic into this live stream, enabling me to contact all of you and say thank you. Thank you for encouraging Doomcock to push the button. This is very important, I think, for the future of fandom. I think how many more properties are going to be destroyed? How many of our modern myths are going to be ruined and tarnished by these idiots that are that are at the helm, as it were, of these properties? Kathleen Kennedys of the world are uniting against all of you. So the longer you wait to push the button, how many more of your dreams are going to be flushed down the conceptual toilet?
Yeah, Harvey. But how many franchises would survive you getting loose?
None.
Yeah, exactly. I rest my case.
Yeah, but listen, man, isn't it better that they all end now before more damage is done?
Well, now that is a valid case.
Thank you.
Something to think about. Something definitely to think about as they continue to do this. I mean, my God, I don't know. Maybe this was old news to some of you guys. I don't watch CNN Money. I didn't see this interview. And so I had no idea. And the fact that things are so bad that these things keep coming up now. And we find the more you know, to quote NBC's PSAs, the more you know, the more you want to push the button.
It's a disgrace. Yay!
It's a disgrace. Yay. You son of a bitch. Thank you, Iguma-san. John Balderdash hails, sir, with another $10 super chat. I appreciate it, sir. And he says, so if according to Captain Marvel, the Tesseract is needed to power an FTL engine, doesn't that mean that there can be only one such engine in the whole universe at a time? That wrecks MCU canon. Well, apparently, there's at least two, right? I mean, there's the one that they've got that we've seen in Avengers and stuff. And then there's another one that basically exploded and went inside Captain Marvel or some nonsense, or I don't know. I guess they still have it. It zapped her somehow or something. I don't know. But yeah, at most, you could have two faster than light engines. Of course, they didn't say faster than light, John. Let's not give them credit. No, they said light speed engine, which would travel at the speed of light. How slow is a light speed engine? Relative to Earth, not slow at all, real fast. 186,000 miles in a second. Basically like 6 times around the Earth, okay, in a second. That's pretty good. But bear in mind that from the Earth to the sun at light speed, it takes 9 minutes. That's right, gang. If the sun went out, if it was just poof, gone, we wouldn't know it until 9 minutes later. All of the sunlight hitting you is 9 minutes old. Although in relativistic terms, and this blows my mind, from the point of view of a photon, the trip is instantaneous. Ha! Put that in your pipe and smoke it. But yeah, a light speed engine is going to be worthless for an intergalactic empire because the nearest star to our star is Alpha Centauri, and it is basically a bit over 4 light years away. To the next star, the next galaxy, the Andromeda Galaxy, is, I think, 260 million light years away. Not really a very good interstellar empire builder at all, is it? So, the stupidity just mounts and mounts and mounts. And let me tell you, Earth's atmosphere is the last place that you would want to test a light speed engine. Why? Because when you break the sound barrier, when you go at the speed of sound, it creates a sonic boom. Can you imagine the kind of boom that would result from an object accelerating to light speed in atmosphere, colliding with all those particles? That craft would be shredded instantly, simply by the air, by the particles in the air. And the boom would, God knows the effect on the Earth. Anyway, John, it is Balderdash. Let me just put it that way. Absolute balderdash. Thank you, sir. The Hunky Chunky Funky Monkey, my friend and ally. Hail, Hunky Chunky Funky One. My friend, I hope that you are feeling better today. And, you know, been following you on Twitter, and you know that you always have my support. You know that I love you, man. And I know you've been having a lousy time, and I just want to say, everyone give the Hunky Chunky Funky Monkey some love out there in the chat. Go ahead and give him some applause and some bananas. Toss him some bananas. Give him some applause. Give him an F for fabulous. And just let the Hunky Chunky Funky Monkey know how much we appreciate him. Thank you, sir, for this $10, 10 pound, excuse me, super chat. Thank you, sir. And he says, Johnson fits the guy perfectly, for that is what he is. He didn't care about the story. He wanted his moment of glory, even if it meant hurting what came before and after. Yep. He didn't care. He is simply an agent provocateur. He's a troll. He's a troll that got to ruin a whole film franchise. The biggest dick that you can imagine. He just goes ahead and ruins the dreams of millions. The ultimate wet dream of a troll. To be able to have that kind of miserable impact on the world. Can you imagine? And I'm seeing lots and lots of bananas and Fs and applause for the Hunky Chunky Funky Monkey. I hope you're seeing this, my friend. I hope you are seeing this. It's all for you. This one's for you, my friend. Android 2. Oh, the air's on fire to go to light speed in Earth like airspace. Yep. Matthew Godet says Captain Marvel just ripped off the plot of Star Blazers. Well, there you go. Let's see. Enclave Soldier says, and he calls us the trolls. Yep. 100%. Spartan Jeremy says Rian Johnson is the truest troll there ever could be. Never feed a troll. Burnt Umbrage says Harvey isn't a sadist. He just wants to destroy your universe. DC. Exactly. Push the button. A quick death over a prolonged wasting away. Oh, Shtarin. With an interesting point here. It says, I've heard that it takes the sunlight between 80,000 to 120,000 years to escape the sun's gravity. Which would make the sunlight showered upon you around 100,000 years and 2 minutes old. Wow. That's an interesting thought. Solar Chaos says, I must get going for now. Good night, everyone. Good night, Solar Chaos. And thank you for stopping by here. Snake Eyes says, if the world is going to end, then I'm going to stop shaving my legs. Yeah, absolutely. That's probably why the patriarchy doesn't announce when we're about to be hit by an asteroid, because they want to keep the women down and keep them shaving their legs. Damn that patriarchy. Makes me furious. All righty. Thank you, Hunky Chunky Funky Monkey. You are absolutely right. And you can tell it from the interview. Guys, if you haven't checked it out, go and watch my video and hear Rian Johnson in his own words describe exactly what he did and why he did it. It will take your breath away. It will make your head light, and it will drive you to drink like I am right now. Cheers. Man, Bullet Bourbon is good. I know there are many other great bourbons. I know that this isn't the best. It's what I can afford, and I think it's pretty good. Anyway, thank you, Hunky Chunky Funky Monkey. Walk it down, Tito, walk it down, Tito, walk it down. Pondimus Maximus, hail Pondimus Maximus, Legionnaire and friend, for a $4.99 super chat. Oh, geez. Pondimus Maximus tells us, even with a terrible flu and fever, this Legionnaire pays his respects and offers tribute. Hail Doomcock, have a great night. Oh, Pondimus Maximus, I am so sorry that you are down. Man, that's going around. That is going around. I know that Kilroy was here, was also afflicted similarly. Another one of my Legionnaires. I think I saw him here earlier this evening or afternoon, wherever you may be. Across this great city of ours, coast to coast. Pondimus Maximus, feel better, my friend. I'll try and send you a little note on my Patreon. So look for that later. I'll try to see if I can dig up something to cheer you up. I'm so sorry, man. Really am. God, that's going around. Y'all be careful, dudes. Listen, public service announcement. And now, a public service announcement from Doomcock. Friends, in this flu season, the best way that you can combat the flu is to eat healthy, drink plenty of fluids, and always, always, always wash your hands. Most of these things are transmitted by hand. You touch your food, you touch your face, you get infected. Now, we cannot do much against airborne sneezes and things like that. But a lot of times when you touch a doorknob, think of all the people that have touched that doorknob that day before you. That is a lot of the way that flu spreads. So, folks, wash your hands. This has been a Doomcock public service announcement. Now I hope I get government funding. What a load of shit. Thank you, Pontivus Maximus. Irish King for long last and deodorant protection. I love Ireland. By God, I love it. I wish I could go, although this EU shit is really, really, really making the EU not a very good destination at all. I wonder what this is going to do to tourism. This notion that the UK has become like this essentially totalitarian regime that's ruining the internet for the rest of the world. I wonder what impact that's going to have on tourism. Anyway, Irish King with a $10 Canadian super chat. Thank you, sir, very much for that, Your Majesty. And by the way, that's my tribute to you. I'm not mocking you whatsoever. You know, like I do Shatner, I do accents because I love them. You know, you don't learn this stuff by hatred. You learn this stuff by love. And I love the Irish accent. I even bad ones, like on geez, what was it called? The one with Jack Taylor, with Ian Glenn was playing Jack Taylor, and he had that accent. Cody, your mother is not going to be happy with you. Terrible, but I'm fond of it. Anyway, Irish King says, "Hail, Lord, remember to tell the legions to go support our friend Gary. And oh yes, so you know, I am Canadian. Hail." Oh, damn it. So that entire preamble was completely wasted. Well, that'll show you to jump to conclusions, Doomcock. That'll teach you, by God. Thank you, Irish King, you Canadian, you. Yes, I hate jumping to conclusions. Anyway, yes, folks, absolutely. Do go and subscribe to Nerdrotic. He is been struggling with a BS copyright thing, and it's nonsense. So go and check out his live channel and subscribe. But of course, I will be doing some stuff with him this coming month. I will be going on there to review Game of Thrones with him. He is going to be coming on to review Expanse with me. And of course, we are jointly doing the Exozone most Sunday nights. So yeah, you'll figure it out, and you'll subscribe. They won't be able to keep a good guy down. Gary is one of the best. I love him. So not in that way, though. Not in that way, you know. Not in that way. Thank you, Irish King, for that reminder, and hail to you, sir. Lucifer Love Monkey with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Lucifer Love Monkey. He says, with all due respect, my liege, I believe the round-headed buffoon lies. Well, he might. He might. I don't know why he would if he's just trolling. Either way, I think it's newsworthy. I think it's absolutely disgusting. I think it's an abomination, and it infuriates me. So whether or not he is sincere, whether or not he's making it up, trying to hurt us, it is worth basically drumming up more hatred for that round-headed son of a bitch. I mean, you know, he said it. So we know that he's a troll. I don't know, frankly, that he cares enough to lie. You know, and regardless, I don't care. The fact is that a crime was perpetrated. You know, basically, you guys, Lieutenant Columbo here. And I just want to say, look, geez, I'm no lawyer. You know, I'm just a simple detective. I go around and I catch the bad guys doing what they do. But, you know, as far as jurisprudence or any of those highfalutin, you know, law books, heaven forbid, you know, Mrs. Columbo will tell you,
I can barely get through the Sunday Times, much less a law book, but seems to me that, it's the difference with Rian Johnson between, murder in the second degree and murder in the first degree. But either way, the franchise is stone cold dead, sir. It's totally dead. So, by the way, sir, what size hat do you wear? I'm just wondering. Because, Mrs. Colombo loves to carve pumpkins at Halloween, sir. And so, she's going to carve a likeness of you. She's done it before. She's going to do it again. Basically, every pumpkin looks like you, sir. And I just want to put a hat on that pumpkin. And I'm just wondering, whatever size fits you would fit that pumpkin. Can you tell me, sir?
Basically, it is murder in the first degree or murder in the second degree. It's just, what's his intent? Who cares? The franchise is dead. The franchise is dead. So it doesn't really matter what was in his mind or if he's trolling us. The fact is the scumbag killed Star Wars. And they're going to try to act like it never happened. They're just going to go ahead. Old damn, hell, they even I think they tried to say that they brought in George Lucas at some point. They're pulling out all the rhetorical stops, trying to get us to forget, trying to think that we are that absent-minded, kidding themselves. Just going ahead and saying, oh, look over here. Look at this flashy stuff. And we'll say, oh, Star Wars. Hell, they'll probably have Han come back. It only hurts when the wind blows, kid. I've got this big hole running through me, this lightsaber-shaped hole. When the wind blows through, it tickles my lungs, but otherwise, I'm perfectly fine. So he's going to stand there with a big hole in him, a big 45-degree tunnel running through Han Solo. He smells faintly of burnt bacon. And then Luke will be there glowing. And then Leia will be there, even though she actually is dead, in stock footage. And we'll get our moment, our shoddy moment with the heroes all reunited. Are you going to fall for that? Are you going to say, whew, well, that was wonderful. That's exactly what I wanted. I won't, because I won't be there. I mean, if I see it, my strategy for The Last Jedi is I've got a free rain check. I've got a free pass, and I'm going to use it. And they better let me use it on that damn thing. But I'm not going to give them a dime. Not a dime, not a penny. Not a credit to Disney or to Lucasfilm for Star Wars. I am going to go see Endgame because I got to know how it ends, and you guys are going to want to know how bad it is, so I'm going to take the hit. Although I tell you what, it's going to pain me. It's going to make me suffer if that damn Captain Marvel saves the Marvel Universe. I'm going to be disgusted. I'm going to suffer. I'm going to suffer as bad as I did in The Last Jedi if that happens. But I'm taking that hit for you people. My intention, my hope is that I will be there on opening day to see this damn thing so that I can report to you as soon as possible on the following Friday. Usually they have the previews on Thursday, so that's what I'm hoping. Anyway, that's my intention. But I tell you what, if they pull that crap, I'm done. I'm done. With one exception, Guardians of the Galaxy 3, if it is Brie-less, if it is free of Brie Larson, because I love Guardians of the Galaxy so much, and if they're going in and bringing James Gunn back to go ahead and make that thing great, then I will see it. But the rest of it is pretty much dead to me. That's it. And I tell you, Disney is just getting more and more rapacious as time goes on, and I'm getting less and less inclined to see anything that they do. And it's killing me that they've got Fox now. Oh, can you imagine what Disney is going to do? What a Disney-fied alien would be? It's unimaginable. Anyway, thank you, Lucifer Love Monkey. Thank you, sir. Lowe's with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Lowe's. He says someone should rewrite the end of Mice and Men to feature an anthropomorphized Star Wars as Lenny and the fans as George. Oh, yeah. So those of you who don't know of Mice and Men, it was parodied a lot in Looney Tunes, in the Warner Brothers cartoons with Bugs Bunny and stuff. So the fans would be the dim-witted George. Lenny is basically the if I remember correctly, I think that Lenny is the intellectually damaged one and the fans are George. I think it should be flipped. I think it should be that the fans are like saying to Star Wars, and are you going to go ahead and be great? Are you going to be wonderful?
Yeah. Star Wars is going to be great. Don't worry about it.
And is it going to be like we're going to have Luke Skywalker back and he's going to be perfectly okay?
Yeah, sure. You just need to buy your ticket. You buy your ticket and it'll be just great. It'll be swell and everything will be Jake. You'll see.
And are we going to go ahead and have Han back?
Yeah, sure. He's dead, but what the hell? We'll bring him back.
And Princess Leia going to be there and is it going to be okay?
It's going to be wonderful. We got some spare footage of Princess Leia. She'll be around, sure. And Snoke as well. Yeah, we're going to bring Snoke back. You wait and see. It's going to be swell. It's all going to be Jake.
Oh, thanks. That's wonderful. That's wonderful, Star Wars.
You're welcome. Buy an action figure on the way out. Preferably Rose Tico. We got a bunch of those.
Okay, we will. Yep, pretty much Lowe's. Pretty much on the money. Oh, Jesus. That just makes me sick. Yep, makes me sick. All right, let us move on. Just too much. Thank you, Lowe's. Gola82. Hail Gola82 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, sir. Or ma'am. I think it might be ma'am, actually. And Gola82 says, hey, let it go, Doomcock. It's Rian Town. Yep, it's Rian Town. All right. Welcome to Rian Town, where everything sucks. All your expectations are subverted, and quality is no obstacle. They just plow it down. Good one, Gola82. Good one. I think it's just so damn sad. Whoever among in the chat, whoever would have expected that at this point in our lives, we would be hating Star Wars, hating Star Trek, hating Doctor Who, even hating things like Thundercats and He-Man for basically completely flushing our memories and dreams and expectations and hopes and love straight down the old poop shooter. It's just mind-blowing. And it just, one need not be conspiratorially inclined to question the timing. What happened to trigger all of this? Why would so many just be hell-bent on ruining all of these properties within a few years of each other? What memo went out that said this was a good idea? Who was that deluded to believe that we would be fine with this? I don't understand it. It's almost like a coordinated attack on fandom. It's almost like a coordinated attack on entertainment. And I can't explain it, because they haven't really succeeded in any of these things. Not really. I think maybe it's a lack of awareness. I think it's a lack of awareness of what is actually working and what isn't, because it's the same reason that they keep hiring Jar Jar Abrams to do things. Jar Jar Abrams destroys everything he touches, but not immediately. Basically, Jar Jar Abrams with The Force Awakens and Star Trek 2009 racks up big numbers as he goes on and does the first film in a new chapter of the franchise, planting the seeds for destruction of that franchise in those first films. And they make $1 billion, make a lot of money, make a lot of stir, get critically acclaimed, and then he moves on before the next one dies. It's just, he's really a locust, just strip mining pop culture before moving on. And it's the same way, it's like, oh, well, look, Star Wars The Force Awakens was woke. So wokeness must sell. No, it doesn't. They're drawing the wrong conclusion because of Jar Jar. So much of this, all of this destruction comes down to Jar Jar Abrams. You can't really pin Doctor Who on him, but I bet you there's some connection. There's something there. I don't know, man. He had little evil elves, little miniature Jar Jar Abram elves that came out of the sewers and went into the Doctor Who like production offices and would like normal elves would cobble shoes for cobblers in the middle of the night. So too, these elves go into franchises in the middle of the night and rewrite the scripts to ruin them. And then they get on the set and they go ahead and have shot it, and it's too late. You know, they're probably the ones that made Doctor Who a woman. And then it's like, you know, the casting director gets the thing. Well, what? Doctor Who's a what? It says woman. We might as well, I guess. And then they go ahead and it's too late. I blame it on J.J. Abrams' elves from the sewer. Of course, where the fuck else would you find Jar Jar Abrams elves than the sewer? And I don't mean like the gutters, like rain gutters on the streets. I'm talking to poop sewers. I'm talking poop sewers where Mr. Hanky lives. Howdy, hi. I'm going to go ahead and rewrite Star Wars for you, Ryan. Okay, Mr. Hanky. Thanks. Ha ha, howdy, hi. Yeah. Thank you, Gola82. Moonfail with a $10 super chat. Thank you again, Moonfail, for that. And Moonfail says Luke challenged Rey's position as most powerful Jedi, so he had to die. Yep, pretty much Moonfail. Just like anyone that Avar challenges Mikey Spock on Star Trek Discovery has to go. That poor dumbass Enterprise science officer, you know, the straight white male, accidentally, got in Mikey Spock's face, or deliberately, who cares? The point is, he got in Mikey Spock's face and had to die. So they wiped him out. And then this also applies to any character that gets more interesting than Mikey Spock. Like, God forbid you read a script if you're on Star Trek Discovery and you see in the first few pages that you're getting character development. Get a stiff drink before you finish that script, because you know what? You're not long for this cinematic world. It's like you've enjoyed a tender memory. You have had a backstory now. You say, oh, I'm dead. I'm toast. Because nobody can be better than Mikey Spock. And do you know why, guys? Do you know why? Because she's the bestest ever. That's right. That's exactly right. Same thing with Rey. Rey is the bestest ever. I still think Rey is not quite as obnoxious as Mikey Spock. Not personally. I think Daisy Ridley is actually, fairly decent actress. I don't think she's a bad, avatar. It's just it's the way it's written. As opposed to Mikey Spock, who I believe is bad in every single possible way. Thank you, Moonfail. You are 110% correct. That said in this excerpt that I read from my comments by Mr. Man there, that Rian Johnson said he had to make Luke different. Otherwise, he would have been a carbon copy of Rey, meaning that Rey would have been a carbon copy of him, chronologically speaking, but never mind, Rian. Obviously, logic is not your strong point. Thank you, Moonfail, very much. Justin Doyle. Hail Justin Doyle with a £5 super chat. Sir, I am appreciative. And he says, hail Doomcock. I turned The Last Jedi off after 20 minutes, and I will never, ever watch it for as long as I live. For me, Luke will always be alive. Bravo. Bravo. Exactly. Exactly why I did not watch Star Trek Generations. You know what? I watched Star Trek Generations about halfway through. I wanted to see Kirk on the Enterprise B. I wanted to see Kirk in the Soren, like the Ribbon Nexus, afterlife, whatever. See him with Picard. But as soon as they leave, I turn it off. It's like, nope, doesn't exist. Kirk never died in my JoJo, pal. Kirk is perfectly fine. Oh, Captain, my captain. He always will be fine. And that's the way it is. Look, if you were going to kill Kirk, I mean, God knows I watch Wrath of Khan. I watch Spock die and get choked up every single time. But if they'd given Kirk a good death, I'd watch that too. Sure. I mean, a good death is a wonderful thing. It can be a wonderful thing. It can deepen your character's history, and it can go ahead and elevate that character to the status of legend. Although Kirk is already there. So, I mean, all it would do is just give him a fine capstone to his career. But no, having him be shot in the back by Malcolm McDowell on basically a primitive jungle gym while he's trying to shoot a ribbon or some crap like that. No thanks. Not for me. Not in my dojo. Thank you, Justin Doyle. I am proud of you, sir. Oh, and by the way, I would like to point out that The Last Jedi is one of the live commentaries that I have on my patreon.com/Doomcock site. So you guys absolutely can go and check that out. All of the Legionnaires can give that a watch, because it is there waiting for you. And you don't even have to really watch the movie. You can tell what's going on. You don't have to watch the movie in sync, although I do say, okay, and I'm starting now, so that you can watch it in sync if you want to. But if you can't bear it, you don't have to do it. Thank you, Justin. Johan Bergqvist. Hail Johan Bergqvist with a 259 Swedish kroner super chat. Thank you, sir. And Johan Bergqvist simply says, Hail Doomcock. To which I reply, Hail Johan Bergqvist. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for that Swedish krona of 259. That's a lot of them. Shit. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that very much. I also like your avatar, which is drawn by the great Sergio Aragones for Mad Magazine. No, excuse me. No, I think that's Don Martin. Yeah, the size of it looked like Sergio, but now looking at it, it may actually be Don Martin. Anyway, love the old Mad Magazine. You guys have not seen vintage copies of Mad, especially from like 60s and 70s. Those things are gold, comedy gold for pop culture. These parodies of Star Trek and the parodies of Batman, the Adam West 66 series are fantastic. I love tracking those things down like at half-price books and things like that, and bringing them home. Always worth a laugh. Actually, I did manage to buy a DVD that had all the comics and all the magazines scanned into them up until about 2005, the date when I bought that disc. So that's also really cool. I like to have the thing in my hand, but when push comes to shove, having those discs is absolutely fantastic. How are you guys doing in the chat? What are you up to? What is going on? Angry Toy Box asked the question, when was the last time a big time hero died well? That's a good question. I don't know. Was it Spock? Was it someone else? That is a very good question. I am not sure. You guys should discuss that in the chat, because I don't really know. Very good question. Overlord, do you watch One Piece? Says Bullcraft Max. No, I don't know what that is, I'm afraid. I don't know what One Piece is. Cat Slave 56, but on disc you can't do the fold in on the back cover. That is quite correct. You cannot. That's 100% right. Let's see. We have Geek Chorus says, what, me worry? I had a grade school friend who I swore for years was Alfred E. Newman. It was uncanny. That's kind of scary. That dude is very creepy looking. That's a good piece of trivia, though. Lowe says it's an anime that's way too long for its own good. Just read the manga, to be honest. Katala Lara says One Piece is an anime. Thank you. Jaegerbomb says Logan. Yeah, Logan was good. Logan was pretty damn good. If you guys haven't seen Logan, you should check it out. I know we were burned on Wolverine, X-Men Origins Wolverine. That was terrible. But Logan did it right. Logan was fantastic. You guys should absolutely check it out if you have not seen it. I got to see it in a theater, and I got to see it in black and white. It was super cool. Spartan Jeremy says, I am angry, my lord. My government is going Rian Johnson on its people. I know it, man. I am so sorry from the bottom of my heart for everyone in the UK. All of you who've been following me this past, I don't know, it's been about 17 months now that I've been on YouTube. And all of you guys that have been following me know the reverence and love that I have for all of the UK, all my brothers and sisters there, all their culture, all their television. It's heartbreaking to me, absolutely heartbreaking. I mean, I've thought about visiting. I've thought about maybe someday living there. And Jesus Christ, if this is the way that things are going in the UK, I think it's just abominable. How could a society that created the prisoner fall for this kind of crap? Allow these kind of corporatists to basically seize power for their own interests? Because make no mistake, this stuff, Article 11 and Article 13, are geared to protect corporate copyright. That's basically it. And do you know what the definition of fascism is? It is when the corporate state is the state. When corporate power merges with government power, that is fascism. And that seems to be what is slowly but surely happening in the EU. I tell you, the UK may be wise to do this Brexit thing, although the way it's being implemented looks like it's going to be disastrous. I wish that the people in Parliament would get their heads out of their asses and go ahead and make a suitable exit plan so that you guys are not left out in the cold. But I tell you, this kind of crap going on, you're better off out of the EU. Although that's a very simplistic viewpoint, and I know that Brexit is an incredibly nuanced thing. But I tell you guys, nuance or not, you got to have a plan. You can't just leave without some kind of plan of how to deal with it. And these MPs need to get their, you know what, in gear, because this thing is coming, and it could be very bad. I am, from the bottom of my heart, I am feeling for you guys, from the bottom of my heart, and I hope that something will spare you guys from this. I hope that something will spare you guys from this. Lo says, well, it's a part of it, but it's more the opposite when the state eats the corporations. Basically, it's a merger of state and corporation. And, you know, who eats who? Well, that's a matter for conscience and pornography. But I'm telling you, basically, that's my understanding of it. It's never a good thing when you are ruled by corporations. That's basically it. Yeah, it's just terrible. Warren Roar is here, my legionnaire and bodyguard, and he says, "Hail Doomcock! I'm proudly wearing my Fight Me Rian Johnson t-shirt while at my annual recall police training like a badge of honor. Hail Lord Doomcock! I will listen to stream when I finish. Hail Warren Roar! Thank you for popping in, even though you are busy. Ewan Murray, hail Ewan Murray, one of my newest legionnaires, and he says, as far as I know, Article 1213 is not going to be implemented for a long time. Well, I think 2 years. It's been voted for as a principle, but the details are far from worked out. They don't have specific policies in place. Ewan, this is true to some extent. For you guys out there who are wondering about how this is going to be implemented, apparently, and this is interesting, these things that have been published as Article 11, Article 13 are guidelines that have been laid down by the EU Council, the governing council, essentially. But it is for every single signatory to the EU to implement in their own country, which is a fascinating thing. I mean, it may gum up the whole works regardless. God knows, sometimes the inefficiency of bureaucracy can be a wonderful thing, and I'm hoping that in this case, that will be true. Oh, Dr. Forbin, Colossus, thank you. I will read your super chat in turn, but I saw that. Thank you. I may actually take you up on that. I'm hungry. Let's see. What do we got here? Johan, thank you so much. Obi-Wan Reviews with $1 Australian super chat. One of my legionnaires, Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan says nothing. Obi-Wan Kenobi. I felt a great disturbance in the Force, as if millions of voices suddenly cried out in terror and were suddenly silenced. I feel something awful has happened. The Force will be with you, always. Thank you, Obi-Wan Reviews. You said nothing, and so I put a few words, your words, sir, in my mouth. Hail Obi-Wan Reviews, who is my minister for beer reviews. Minister for beer reviews, and you should check out his channel. He does some wacky stuff on there. He sings, he drinks, and he basically reviews beers. He's pretty terse about it. Mostly he goes on and then like throws in a verdict on the beer at the end. But you know, I admire that decisiveness and succinctness. Strunk and White say omit needless words in their style guide, and Obi-Wan Reviews does that. Thank you, sir. Mark C, Legionnaire, and my personal friend, Mark C, with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Mark. And he says, as little to no sense as it made to kill him before. After our princess passed, it made even less sense to kill him. So short-sighted. Yeah.
I wonder how it could be that they went ahead and killed Luke. Now, who could have been there to say, let's kill Luke? Who would have authorized this? Not Rian Johnson. He's too weak. He's too low on the low totem pole there. I wonder, who killed Luke? Could it be Satan? And by Satan, I mean Kathleen Kennedy.
Oh man, yeah, it makes no sense to kill him. No sense in terms of strategy, no sense in terms of narrative coherence or integrity. There was nothing. It's almost like Rian Johnson, I don't know, almost like he had something against not only fans but against Jar Jar Abrams. You know, like, oh, everything that Jar Jar Abrams did in The Force Awakens, as hack as it was, and it was garbage, absolute garbage. I hate The Force Awakens. Someday I need to do a commentary on that movie. You know, at least Jar Jar, you know, set things up. Although it is Jar Jar's fault. It is Jar Jar's fault, people. Don't ever forget this, that we never got a scene with Luke, Han, and Leia together. He made sure of that. He killed Han. So that's on Jar Jar Abrams, okay? But ultimately, who is it on? Kathleen Kennedy and Bob Iger. That is ultimately who it's on. It made no sense to kill Luke, says Mark C. True. Or is it? Because let's listen to this conversation. Rian Johnson goes in, Kathleen, Mistress Kathleen, approach, slave. No, excuse me. Mistress Kathleen? Approach, slave.
Thank you. I had an idea.
You don't have any ideas, you worthless worm.
Yes. You had an idea that I'm reporting to you.
Proceed.
Yes, Mistress Kathleen. Well, basically, I thought that we should maybe kill Luke.
Kill Luke?
Yes. We've got it in the editing bay. We've got it queued up, and I just thought, you know, we could do some digital hocus pocus and just fade him out. And I think it would really be a great idea that you had that is being transmitted to me, and I'm reporting to you, Mistress Kathleen.
Who is Luke?
Luke is Luke Skywalker.
Oh yeah, right. He's the white guy, isn't he?
Yes, Mistress Kathleen.
Like you worm.
Yes, exactly. Oh, dread Mistress Kathleen.
Yeah, it's a good idea I had. Go ahead and kill him.
Thank you, Mistress. Thank you.
I think that's what happened. I think I just made sense of it. I think we've gone ahead and replayed what actually happened in that editing bay at Lucasfilm. I think that's absolutely what happened. And yeah, there we go. Okay, well, now it's explained. Now it's explicable. That's what we do on Doomcock's live streams. We make the inexplicable explicable. Snake Eyes says, she said as she straightened her crown of scorns. Yes, she wears a crown of scorns. Exactly. Lowe's says, do you think they'll explain why Luke and Yoda can't just zap the First Order to death with lightning? You think that they'll even acknowledge that is a thing they've shown can happen? No, they're not going to worry about it. They're not going to worry about it. Yep. There you go. Basically, Luke died because he was an expendable person, which means he was a white guy. Oh, he's the white guy. You kill him. Who cares? Exactly. In fact, people applaud now because God knows. It's like, oh, do we really need another white guy for president? Well, you know, how about a human being? How about we just stop passing the baton of racism and intolerance and say that it's not acceptable to discriminate against anyone for their race or their sex, including white men? What a novel idea. What a novel idea. You know, this made me really sick. I watched Real Time with Bill Maher on HBO, and they had Larry Charles on, and Larry Charles is a really cool guy, or I thought he was, because you know he was a writer. He wrote on Cheers, he wrote on Curb Your Enthusiasm, he wrote on Borat and directed it. So he's got a rich comedy background. And this came up about Bill Maher. You know, to his credit, sometimes he's a complete idiot. Like when he came down against Stan Lee and all that crap, which made me furious. Oh God, it made me mad. But then on this one, he was saying, is that really something that should disqualify you from running for president, being a white man? I mean, is that fair? And Larry Charles replied, well, you know, in every revolution, you got to have a few casualties. Can you imagine that? So something, that's not a direct quote, but that was the gist of what he said, that like, oh, it's acceptable for a few people to be discriminated against so that the revolution can proceed. You know, and he's talking about a cultural revolution, of course. He's talking about the SJW movement and, you know, basically justifying that sentiment of, do we really need another white guy politician? How about we just need a politician that is honest and actually cares about working for people? And I'm not saying one way or the other about Beto O'Rourke, because I don't get political on these things. I'm just saying it's wrong to discriminate against someone on the basis of sex and race, which I thought they accepted too, but apparently not. Apparently that's a quaint old-fashioned notion. How sad have we gotten in this world to the point where the one of the few people who is standing up and defending freedom of expression and non-discrimination and equality for all people is a supervillain? Madness. Madness, people. I need a drink. Damn it. Yeah, it's insane. You guys are the best. I want to send a shout out again to Mary Ashmead, who went to considerable trouble to be here today. And I wish that you guys would go ahead and give some love to Mary Ashmead and give her some applause and thank her for all that she does here as Den Mom and Wrench Wench Extraordinaire. She is fantastic. Reverend Benfried Axvila says, I love you, man. Just saying. You missed all my chats and somehow only think about the poor UK when it comes to Article 13, but hey, I still love you, man. You mean on Twitter? I see them, man. I just like overwhelmed. You guys have no idea how completely overwhelmed I am. I work all the time. It's not just answering videos. I mean, it is responding to comments, reading your comments, trying to keep up on Twitter. If ever I don't respond, it's not because I don't care. It's because I'm completely overwhelmed, people. I care about all of you. Reverend Bernfried Axvilda, you are a dear friend. I love you, man. And I don't ever mean to ignore anything you say. I wish that there were 10 of me, that I could go ahead and respond to everyone. And I apologize. I don't want anyone to feel that I'm ever ignoring anyone, because I'm not. I'm honestly not. Don't ascribe indifference to what is just complete and total overwhelming, drowning in the social media morass. I just am completely overwhelmed. I try to keep up on news items. I keep trying to find what I need to respond to. I keep watching things to review. I have to keep on, reading comments. I have to keep on my Patreon, making things for Patreon, answering all of them. It is just absolutely unbelievable. So Josh and Rebecca Momani says, love your stuff. I wanted to let you know that YouTube didn't even let me know of this live stream. Thanks, YouTube. Listen, you guys, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That's why please lick the like button if you like this, because, man, I tell you, I am not getting notifications out. People are not getting it. And I've tried to tell you guys, please listen to me for a moment. Please bookmark patreon.com/doomcock, okay? Or subscribestar.com/doomcock, because I make free public announcements there of all my videos and all my live streams. I mean, obviously there's the paid portion of patreon.com, and people tend to think, oh, if I go there, I'm going to have to pay. It's not true. A lot of the stuff there is free for you guys. You will be notified when there's going to be a live stream. You'll be notified when there's a video posted. I actually post the video there. So you can keep track of everything I'm doing and not rely on YouTube notifications. Just kind of every day, maybe around 10 o'clock, when you're bored at your office or something, just reload the page, just see what I've posted there for free so that you guys can stay in touch. Because really the way things are going, I mean, if this EU thing goes right now, who knows? We may all be driven off of YouTube, in which case I'll be exclusively on, Subscribe Star and patreon.com posting things. So, kind of get in the habit. I'm not saying you have to pay a dime. I'm just saying that you will find the information there. I'm going to start really, really getting pretty harsh and posting as much in advance about live streams as I can. I'm overwhelmed, so sometimes it slides by a few hours or half a day, but I'm going to try every day when I get up to kind of post what's coming up, just so you guys will have heads up on both those sites. And, it's very important. And also I want to tell you guys, I am starting a second channel because I have been told by Jeremy and Jeff and people in the know, Mark C told me this, that the live streams being posted on my channel are killing it, just killing the subs, killing the watches, the algorithm. I don't know. It just really screws me. So what's going to happen in the future here? And I'm going to pop a whole bunch of live streams over there subsequently. I meant to do it today, but then this Luke Skywalker thing came up and I lost my fucking mind. But it's going to be a second channel. And it will have live streams. It will also have these short Harvey Cthulhu, 30-second film reviews and the equivalent of Doomcock doing the same thing over there. Things that will hurt my channel and stop it to a crawl will be posted over there, because then it's like, well, I don't care what happens over there. And it'll be kind of a place for experimentation. I think I'm going to call it the Dick and Harvey show. And, Harvey will be over there doing stuff, and it'll just be kind of live streams and weirdness and more like chance, riskier, more innovative things that, would probably kill me on, on this channel. Why am I not at 100,000 subs right now? Because I don't think about these things, because I am terrible at marketing. I'm terrible at thinking about anything but the creativity and the, getting the message out. And so I neglect things like worrying about how you title things and how you describe them and how you link to them, blah, 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 blah. That kind of thing bores the hell out of me. And that's why I languish. That's why I don't even yet, I'm working on getting 19,000 subs. I think it's getting close. I don't know. Anyway, that's what's going on. So, and I haven't started. I'll probably do it tonight. I'm hoping to do it earlier today and have it by this announcement. But so you won't see this until probably tomorrow. Okay. And then this live stream will be posted there along with the Harvey stuff, and Exozone also will live there. So just to give you guys a heads up. All right. Enough of that. Let us return now to the chat. And yeah, Vasco Zuzus, I have only 68 subs to hit 19,000. So it's been a long road, man. I was stalled at 18 forever. It was just like dead. I mean, dead. Absolutely. And it was all these things. It was all these things. My fault for not understanding. Well, the algorithm, actually, I was growing very well until the algorithm change last week or the week before. And then it just March 14th, I think it was, just died. So, yeah. Anyway, Gola82 says, I want your channel to grow, but at the same time, I like this size because once you get over 200,000 subs, you have so many people. I don't care, man. I'm not going to change. I'm already overwhelmed. So it doesn't matter. Listen, I don't care if I do, 8-hour live streams. I'm going to stay the same. I'm going to treat you guys with the same love and respect. Don't worry about that. You don't worry about that at all. I guarantee it. Okay. I live for you guys. You are the best. You are my family. And I will never, ever get to the point where I take any of this for granted. I will never look at you guys with anything less than great affection. Dare I say it? Love. All right, you guys. Thank you so much. All right, enough of that. Let us move on. Let us move on. Thank you, Mark C. Enclave Soldier with a $2 super chat and a good comment here. He says, at least Optimus Prime died in 1986 with dignity. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that was a good death. I can assent to that. I think that was a good idea. I agree with that, Enclave Soldier. You know, because it wasn't done by a bunch of hacks that had nothing to do with the original, right? It wasn't done as a shallow, kind of feckless joie de vivre, kind of casual cruelty of trying to promote their woke character over the old character. Basically, a political assassination. That's what Luke Skywalker was, a political assassination. It was basically a hack writer and director killing off a character that was in the way of their character ascending to what they thought was greatness, but actually was just pathetic, just garbage. Thank you, Enclave Soldier, for that. Bird O' Prey 5, a Legionnaire and friend, and also YouTuber. By the way, guys, go and check out Bird O' Prey 5. His channel on YouTube, he's got this posted. Mary, you might want to post this in the chat for fans if you can find it. YouTube.com, I think it's /Bird O' Prey 5. He edited together in this recent Star Trek Discovery. Mikey Spock, spoiler, haha, as if garbage could be spoiled. Mikey Spock croaks briefly. She strangles to death slowly. And what Bird of Prey 5 did is he edited that together over and over again to make an hour long of Mikey Spock kicking the bucket. Great fun will be had for the whole family. Go ahead and pack a picnic lunch. Go out, sit by a stream on a sunny day, sip wine, eat cheese and meats, and just put Mikey Spock croaking in the background. Just a perfect day. What a wonderful day. On a wonderful day. Yes, it would be wonderful. Hail, Bird of Prey, and thank you. It says, long live Rodimus Prime. Long live Rodimus Prime. I say, long live Bird of Prey 5 and your magnificent video of Mikey Spock kicking the bucket over and over and over again. You know what? You know what? You should call your video Bird of Prey 5. This is good. This is good. Every once in a while, I come up with something brilliant. You should call the video of Mikey Spock dying over and over and over again Groundlog Day. Yes, Groundlog Day. That is what you should call. Hey-oh.
Hey, that was a good one, man.
Oh, Groundlog Day. Make it so, Bird of Prey 5. Make it so. Oh, God. Thank you, sir. Johan Bergqvist with a 259 Swedish krona super chat again. Thank you. Thank you, Johan Bergqvist. And heard a rumor, he says, that there is a Swedish Doomcock that is better than the Swedish chef in the Muppet Show. Can that be true? Hail Doomcock. Well, I don't really do a very good Swedish accent, but Swedish Doomcock does exist. The Swedish Doomcock was Norwegian, actually, but everyone called him the Swede. Terrible accent, but the Swedish chef is pretty terrible too. So I guess, I don't know. I can't make that value judgment, Johan Bergqvist. I will leave that up to the chat. And I don't even want to look because I imagine that the comments will not be kind. Will not be kind, and deservedly so. Swedish Doomcock, I have to get into the flow of Swedish Doomcock. Hurdy, furdy, nerdy, gurdy. Yeah, It's terrible. Thank you, Johan Bergqvist, for the super chat and the opportunity to embarrass myself. Rob McRae with a 10-pound super chat. Thank you, Rob McRae, very, very much, sir. And he says, Hail Doomcock, sent you a Gmail that attempts to show, through the sheer power of thought alone, that Captain Marvel has ruined Avengers Endgame by default. Anger is an energy. Thank you, Rob McRae. Yes, I have not had a chance to get into my email and respond to things for, I think, a couple of days now. So, knowing that is waiting for me, I will make an effort. I will get in there and I will do it. Thank you, Rob McRae, for that. I am interested in your reasoning there. Through the sheer power of thought alone. Well, that is the very best kind of power in my book, Rob McRae. Thank you, sir. I am standing firmly on the principle of critical thinking. I think it is the most important thing that that a civilization can perpetuate. I think it's absolutely critical to functioning republics, to democracies. You cannot have a informed populace governing if that informed populace can't think, because then what happens is they're led around like sheep by the loudest voice, or the one with the most money that can put the most ads, and they can't think for themselves. And that's how democracies die. That's how republics die. And that's why I stand for critical thinking. So thank you, sir, Rob McRae, for, marshaling the sheer power of thought. I think that is the most important thing that one can do. Jaegerbomb with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Jaegerbomb, with a grim message. Jaegerbomb says 1984 is coming. Orwell tried to warn us, but we didn't listen. Hope that nothing like this happens in the US, but all bets are off. Worst yet to come? Yes, the shape of things to come is not a pleasant shape at all, Jaegerbomb. I take no comfort in being in the US right now. I really don't. I don't trust any of these politicians. And while this kind of nonsense, I think, would be defeated here, they just keep at it. It was defeated in the UK for a long time, and they just keep at it and at it and at it as corporate power grows unchecked. Look at what Disney's been doing, Jaegerbomb. Gobbling up other companies, big companies, Fox, for God's sakes. Marvel, Star Wars. Too much power. Vastly too much power. I despair. Not just for our pop culture, I'm beginning to despair for our entire culture at this point, Jaegerbomb. No doubt about it. I lament it. I'm disturbed. And I don't really know what we can do except spread awareness. I mean, that's another reason I want Doomcock's channel to grow. Not simply for self-serving megalomaniacal purposes, although that certainly plays a part, because there is nobody greater than Doomcock. Doomcock deserves to rule. Doomcock is the only one that should rule. Doomcock is going to rule the world, and by God, first, he should rule YouTube and the internet. But that's it. Aside from that justified yearning to be the greatest of all time, I also want to spread the message that critical thinking is important, that standing up for our rights is important. Fighting for our pop culture, because our pop culture is our culture. Just as surely as our literature is. It is literature of the imagination. And imagination is a great, powerful tool against corporate domination. And I want to cultivate it. I want to cultivate it in everyone. That's why our chat, my chat, is the greatest chat on YouTube, because all of you people are so imaginative. And it takes an imagination to project forward. It takes an imagination to look at what is coming and to project ahead. Imagination is something else that these companies seemingly want to stifle. And that's why I fight so hard against garbage like The Last Jedi and Star Trek Discovery, because these things are imagination killers. These things ask you. They brainwash you. You're out there. And the only way to accept Star Trek Discovery is not to think about it. And so, in a way, you are conditioned not to think because it is more comfortable not to think. Because when you do think, it ruins the experience. Because you're unhappy watching Star Trek Discovery. You're unhappy watching The Last Jedi or Captain Marvel with the stupid Lightspeed engine in Earth's orbit, in Earth's atmosphere, testing it. Idiotic, moronic plot holes that they're trying to condition you to turn off your mind. Turn off your mind because it's more comfortable, because you won't waste your ticket, that you didn't get a babysitter in vain and go to that expense and spend all that money on the concessions, and the drinks and the popcorn, because you'll be a little bit less of a loser in that theater if you just don't think about it. Just like it, and then you'll feel better about the choice you made, and you'll feel better about yourself. It's like conditioning you not to think because it's less painful. How about that for 1984, Jaeger Bomb? Thank you, my friend. A very, very interesting post. Psychodwarf9 with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Psychodwarf9. He says, Anjin-san, are you alive? Then act alive. Your ship has burned. Build another. Deny these twat waffles our money. Buy, build other outlets. Something. Thank you, Psychodwarf9. Hail, Psychodwarf9. Psychodwarf9 is one of my newest Legionnaires. It's wonderful to have you at the lair, Psychodwarf9. And you've got a good point, man. You know, if these franchises are dying, we have to start supporting indie creators, you know, like Ethan with Cyberfrog. You have to support Doomcock when he eventually goes ahead and starts to crowdfund a movie or a comic book. We can go ahead and make our own. We have that creativity. We have that spark, that elusive spark of genius. We have that. And we certainly can. That's one thing, at least, that they can't suppress. Article 11, Article 13 cannot suppress things that we own the copyright to. They cannot still our voices when we create. So, words of wisdom from one who claims to be psycho. I call you Sensible Dwarf 9, my friend, my green-haired friend with a striped shirt. You do look psycho, but you sound incredibly, incredibly sane. Deny these twat waffles our money, people. Buy and build other outlets. Let's do something. Get creative. Spread your memes. Spread your ideas. Do not let them silence you. Thank you, Psycho Dwarf 9. Gil Bavel? Hail Gil Bavel with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, Gil. Good to have you here, sir. Good to see you. And he says, it made so little sense to me, my liege. I expected that Luke didn't die at all, but instead wasn't ever on the island to begin with. It didn't make any sense at all. My mind couldn't assimilate it. Well, it doesn't make any sense to you, Gil, because it doesn't make any sense, period. It doesn't make any sense because we know who Luke is. We were there in Return of the Jedi when the Jedi returned, as promised in the title. When Luke looked down at Vader's severed hand and saw that it was mechanical, just like his own, and his senses returned to him, and Luke threw down his lightsaber and said, no, you failed. I am a Jedi, like my father before me. So be it, Jedi. That there was Luke's arc. Let me go into just one little bit of what makes a character arc great. And that's how it concludes. 2 instances, people. two important instances of how a character makes sense. Luke throwing down his lightsaber and saying he will not fight, that he is a Jedi like his father before him, is a fantastic ending for Luke Skywalker. That's all that we needed. That was it. It doesn't matter then if Luke lives or dies. His story is complete. He has succeeded. He has become a Jedi. Even if it costs him his life, he has thrown down his lightsaber. He will not kill his father. He will not give in to the dark side, even though it costs him his life. He's under no illusions that he will survive this. He throws down this lightsaber. You failed, Your Highness. I am a Jedi like my father before me. That is a great ending. Then the rest of what happens to Luke is merely plot. In terms of his character, it is resolved. In the same way that at the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark, the scene where they're tied to the post and they're opening the Lost Ark, and Indiana Jones says, "Close your eyes, Marion, whatever you do, close your eyes." That's not really the end of his story. His story ended in the scene before, when he had the bazooka. "I'm going to blow up the Ark, Renee!" And Belloc grabs a machine gun. "Yes, blow it up. Blow it back to God. Inside here are riches beyond our wildest imagination. You want to see it opened as well as I. Indiana, we are merely passing through history. This is history. Do as you will." And Indiana Jones lowers the bazooka. He cannot destroy history, not even to save his life, not even to save Marion, not even to stop the Nazis. We see in that act the culmination of Indiana Jones' character arc. And it's a great one. So he's defeated, he's captured, but his spirit has triumphed, because we see now what really means most to him. We've always been suspecting that he was raiding these antiquities and so on for profit, for greed. Well, that's Belloc. That's what Belloc does. But Indiana Jones, in that act, reveals the truth, his truth, that he cares about history. He is not a mere mercenary. He cares. Same thing with Luke. Luke has revealed that at his heart now, he truly is a Jedi. And so what happens after is plot. But that is the climax of their character arcs, and that's why it works. Because you could argue, well, you know, the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark is out of his hands. It's basically a deus ex machina. God literally comes down and smites the Nazis and frees Indiana Jones and Marion. Now, he obviously does the thing of close your eyes, so he's using his lore, he's using his wits to survive, but that's not the climax of his tale. And that's the kind of thing that The Last Jedi completely lacks. So, Gil, you are absolutely 100% correct, sir. Thank you for that super chat. Perfectly Shunned with a 99-cent super chat. I do not shun you, Perfectly Shunned. I welcome you. Change your name to Perfectly Welcomed and be welcome here. Thank you for this 99-cent super chat. You say nothing. You are merely an astronaut waving at me, and I wave back, sir. Doom Control to Major Tom. Thank you, sir, for being here, and thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it very much. Kilroy was here. Hail, Kilroy. I hope you are feeling better, my friend, with a $2 super chat. Thank you. And he says the EU could also ban VPNs like China recently did. Well, I don't know about that. I guess then they would be running them on the, you know, on the sly, or someone would come up with another tool to mask that they are VPNs. I don't know. You know, that's for programmers and freedom fighters to decide. I hope that that's not the case, though, because that would be a tragedy. Thank you, Kilroy was here. That's a good point, and I fear it on behalf of my European allies, my friends in the UK, and across the entirety of Europe. My heart is with you, and I stand with you, and it would break my heart if in 2 years' time, because of these implementations, you won't be able to listen to Doomcock. At which point, guys, if you guys are cut off, if YouTube cuts off the UK, then I pledge here and now that what I will do is on patreon.com/Doomcock, for every video that I publish on YouTube, I will post the audio there for free. So all of my UK and EU members and fans will be able to still hear Doomcock without worrying about any kind of damn copyright problems or anything, because it'll be simply voice. Simply voice. I will not use any copyrighted music or material. It will be simply me reviewing things. So don't worry. One way or the other, I will get my message to you. I will find you. I will find you. No matter what. If they try to separate us, it will not work. I will do everything I can to find you. But again, and if ever I am removed from YouTube, if ever I am banned or otherwise torpedoed, rally at patreon.com/Doomcock. That is where you will find me with instructions and the next move. We will not be stilled. We will not bend the knee to this bullshit. Guarantee you that, people. Absolutely guarantee you that. Marty 3P says EU has gone to the dogs. I hope the UK doesn't get lumped in with it. I agree 100%. Mills says, breaking news from source in your Twitter inbox. Thank you, Mills. I will go ahead and I will look at that in a moment. I appreciate that, sir. Always appreciate breaking news tweeted to me. Very much so. In my Twitter inbox. I guess you meant a DM. All right, it's not showing up right now. It will, though. Thank you, sir. Auroran Sky says, if it's a problem, you should get your own website like Nerdrotic has. Yeah. Well, I am getting my own alternate channel, but listen, one way or the other, I am going to go ahead with this. So never fear, I am going to make this happen. You will not be cut off from me. Paul Wright, did anyone like Kingdom of the Crystal Skull? I like the premise, but it was flawed. The LucasArts game, Fate of Atlantis, was good, though. I didn't go see Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. I skipped it. It does not exist in my dojo. Haha. Oh, Michael Keller says, would be useless Overlord DVD. It would be blocked anyway. That's the point. You have to prove to have a license, but that's impossible. Well, it won't have any copyrighted material at all in it. So basically, you're saying that they can't see anything at all, period. And I can't believe that. That's not going to work. That's really not going to work. Let's see. What do we got here? Jade Tanner says, gotta go. Take care and keep up the great work. Hail Doomcock, and take care to everyone in the chat as well. Thank you, Jade Tanner, for stopping by. Appreciate it, you guys, very much. And if you have not licked the like button, if you have just arrived, please consider licking that like button. I would really appreciate it. Dr. Coven Nail says, my liege, may I suggest Doom Thingy for alternate channel? Perhaps so. Mills says, information relates to Kurtzman being gone. Now that would be valuable information, Mills, because I have received similar information from other sources, and I've been waiting for confirmation. And if you have confirmation of that, I will run with it. So thank you, sir. I look forward to reading that. Let's see. How are we doing? I need a drink. I need a drink of water and a drink of booze, and probably a drink of tea. Ah, good stuff, guys. Here's looking at you, kid. Little bullet bourbon, folks. Perfectly Shunned again. Thank you for this 99-cent super chat. You are too kind, sir, or ma'am. You may be a ma'am in that spacesuit. I can't tell, but I salute you, Perfectly Shunned. Perfectly welcomed in my universe. And thank you for being here on a, what is it? Thursday. a Thursday night, 2 hours away from Star Trek disgracery. Good God, I'm going to need more booze. Thank you, Perfectly Shunned, Perpetual Punster, Legionnaire, and Punster Extraordinaire with a $10 super chat. Thank you, sir. Good to see you here. You've had some very good posts lately, by the way. Anyway, Perpetual Punster says, hello, Overlord. Mary Ashmead, chat. Sir, excellent scathing rebuke of Rian Johnson's ego on your video. You give the rage of many a singular voice. Rage, rage against the dying of the light. I always rage against the dying of the light, damn it. You're not going to find me rageless when that light goes. You're going to find me railing, gnashing my teeth, and rending my garments. Well, not my formal garment. I love that thing. It's too valuable. An odd fellow ritual garb. Ritual garb from like the turn of the century. And not the 20th century. I mean, like, you know, the turn of the 19th century into the 20th century. Around 1904 or something like that. It's very old. I'm very proud to have it. Yes. Thank you, Perpetual Punster. I hope that you too, sir, will rage against the dying of the light. I'm just disgusted at that damn. When I saw that, I freaked out. I absolutely freaked out. It was just after all this time to hear Rian Johnson confess that so cavalierly, acting like it was a boon. A boon. It's like it was to his credit that he kind of screwed around with this. Absolutely disgusting. I could not hate it more. Josh and Rebecca Momani says, Doomcock Live is cliche. The center of the earth is hot. You would be live. Hot live Doomcock. Hot live Doomcock. Walk it down. Tito, walk it down. Tito, walk it down. I like that. That's funny. Good night, Simon Jensen. Good night. Ding, 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 ding. Good night. Ding, 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 ding. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm terribly sorry. Good day. Good day to you. For all official purposes, everyone here has a number. Yours is number 6. I'm not a number. I am a person. 6 of one, half a dozen of another. Good day. What is the Matrix? Asked, did Rian confess to being a social engineering troll? No, he did not. But he confessed to being a piece of shit that ruined Star Wars. Absolutely. Mill says you can read the last 4 messages from Javelin. Very good. Mark Lerseth. Now we know why Mark Hamill looked shocked at the premiere. Yes. Yes. Because it was not in the script, despite Mark Hamill lying about it in that tweet that I also pictured in my video. It makes me very sad that Mark Hamill has drunk that Kool-Aid. It really breaks my heart. It disturbs me. You know, why would he do that? Very, very disturbing, guys. Very disturbing. Fausto Solis, hail my lord. What did I miss? A lot of anger, some drinking, some cursing, and a lot of good fellowship. That's what you missed. But let me tell you, I did. Someone fill in Fausto Solis in the chat, please, what I said about when this will be posted and my new channel. Basically, I'm starting a second channel to host all the live streams and stuff. They will be popped up there because they were hurting my channel. But blah blah blah. You guys will go ahead and fill him in on that. Oh, let's see. Rodin Klaus says, Rodin Klaus, excuse me, says it's worse than that, my lord. Carrie Fisher knew what they could be planning to do to Luke. Yeah, it's just a shame. God, to have your childhood heroes and dreams dashed on the rocks of corporate profit makes me absolutely sick. Twerking Kubaz says, oh yeah, Mark drank the Kool-Aid hard, and that's sad that he could go against fans like that. Yes, absolutely. Oh, Fausto Solis, I must make up for lost time. Pouring lots of drinks. I'll drink to that. Cheers, Fausto. Cheers to you. Here's looking at you, kid. The stuff the dreams are made of. Dr. Coffin Nail says Mark Hamill seems tortured and conflicted. Yeah, he really does. He really does. Chad Nielsen, what is your new channel called? It's not created yet. I was going to create it the last couple of days, but I've been so busy with, well, for tax stuff. Yeah, tax stuff. Answering comments and reviewing comments, researching the next stuff, blah, 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 Patreon stuff. Needless to say, I haven't set it up yet, but I'm going to set it up. It's going to be a shared channel with me and Harvey. And I think I'm going to call it the Dick and Harvey Show, although it might be called Doomcock and Harvey. I'm not sure. Something like that. Anyone has wonderful ideas? Doomcock 2 says, what is the Matrix? I like that. But I will go ahead and get that up there, and then I'll have that posted. Hopefully tomorrow I'll have this live stream up there tomorrow. And I will also, do a video and just guide people to it, send out tweets, send out messages on YouTube, also post on Patreon about it. So you guys will be adequately informed, but I'm just giving you a heads up. Okay. Dictor and Harvey. Yeah. Moons of Madness, Dictor and Harvey. That might be good. The Dictor and Harvey Show. That would be pretty good. Doom Harvest. The Harvey and Dicky Hour. The Wrath of Doomcock. That would be good. Harvey D. I'll review all of these. For pick the best. Because really, I suck at naming things, actually. I'm not very good at it at all. Hail, you guys. Glad to see you guys are here. Harvey Zone. The Doomcock Cave. The Harvey Zone. Oh, I like Harvey Zone. That's kind of cool. The Harvey Zone. Of course, I want people to know that it's my channel as well. The Doomcock Zone. I like that. That might be cool. Write that down. Listen, you guys, I want you guys to subscribe as soon as you can so that I can pass that 1,000 mark and go ahead and name the channel, because I can't even name it until it has like 1,000 people and like, I don't know what, 4,000 hours of views. So it may be a while. Regardless, it'll happen. Just, I'll put up live streams and just put them on in the background, I mean, God knows they're 5 and 6 hours at a time. So that'll get me up to 4,000 hours in about a month. Shouldn't take too long, maybe a couple of weeks, depends. Anyway, it'll be there. All righty, you guys. Doomcock Headquarters of Horror. I like that. The Doom Zone. Dick and Harvey Smile Time Variety Show. All of these are great. Live from Xanadu. That's good as well. That's very, very good, actually. All right, man. Thank you, guys. Great suggestions. So let us, Moonfail says, I have to bow out now. Have a good day, my overlord. Good night, Moonfail. Have a wonderful evening. And thank you for being here. All of you guys are awesome. Please check my Twitter. Yes, I will. It's hard to check my Twitter while I'm live streaming because, then I get like silent, and you shouldn't do silence on the air. That's bad. It's bad for audiences, bad for YouTubers everywhere. It's just bad policy. But here we go. I'll just talk mindlessly as I click away. Hey, Mo. What do you want, Puddinhead? Oh, I see. Very good. Yes, I am looking. Oh, this is good. I see. Well, all right. Looks like I'm going to be doing a Star Trek video with some news here shortly. All right. Well, I think probably what I'm going to have to do is do a live stream tomorrow night, a nighttime one, where I will be reviewing Star Trek Discovery and also discussing the video of this news. Thank you, Mills. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. All right, damn. This is good news. All right. Thank you, Mills. Thank you very much. Let us return now. Now, I want to be sure and probably free you guys up to eat and watch Star Trek Discovery if you're going to watch the damn thing. God knows I recommend against it. But you know, probably knock off here around 6:45 so that you guys can eat and do that if you're going to. And I have to go ahead and watch it and review it. Although I could do it tomorrow. It's not really pressing for me. But anyway, yeah, so somewhere around there, 6:45, 7, something like that, just to give you guys a head up. All right. Underlord VHS. Oh, I like that. The primitive roots of Doomcock. Doomcock has definitely roots in VHS and late night horror hosts, you know, like Sven Gulli and Ghoulardi and those kinds of guys, Vampira, Elvira, you know, and MST3K and Space Ghost Coast to Coast. These are all parts of the DNA strands that make up Doomcock. And I'm hoping to expand more in those directions as the years go on, you know. I probably need some help, you know, but I have all of you to do that eventually when the time comes. But, you know, one step at a time. I'm just trying to get over 20,000 subscribers. Pretty pissed off at this point. That YouTube has stood in the way, but hopefully, you know, things are improving. At this point, I think I'm only about 53 or 63 away from 19,000. So it's not so bad. At least the subs are moving again now that I've cleared off all these things that were killing me off the channel. All righty. Yes, it's kind of fun to hate watch STD riff track style, says Scarecrow 2311. It's not fun, but you know, I do what I can. All right. Oh, Rhonda, all up all night. Up all night. Ooh, Rhonda, up all night. Yeah, that was some good stuff. Good stuff. Oh man, so many good suggestions here. But you guys will have to subscribe quick. And even if you're not listening to these live streams, just pop them in the background and let them run so that we'll rack up the hours so that I can then name the channel. Looking forward to it. You guys are brilliant, by the way. I'm loving all of these. Overlord Betamax, Jesus. Fantastic stuff. Oh, Mills says Disgracery is leaked online already. Well, I don't have access to that stuff though. Thank you, Mills, very much. All right. Magna Knight 2 with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Magna Knight 2. Says the book 1984 is coming to life. Yes, it is, Magna Knight. Yes, it is. And I'm glad that you are a knight on our side and not theirs. I'm glad that you are fighting for freedom and, you know, pop culture purity rather than bowing the knee to this corporate pressure. Thank you, sir, for that. Oh, also, I wanted to say to you guys that when we knock off, if there are any super chats left over, I will address them in a super chat square up volume. I think we're up to 4 now. So never fear. I never, ever, ever, ever leave any super chats unuttered. We leave no super chats behind on the field of battle. So do not worry about that. And at the rate they're going, we may have some. We may have some in that volume 4. And also those will live as well on the other channel. I may post them briefly on my main channel, and then I'll shift them over to the other channel. So you will always have access to them. Inquisitor Greyfax with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Inquisitor Greyfax. Hail to you, sir. He says, I'm not even interested in Star Wars after The Last Jedi. I just watch for that the Doomcock now. I only watch for that stuff, Doomcock now. You like Scotch? Ardbeg 10 is one of my favorites. Yes, Inquisitor Greyfax. I have a bottle of Ardbeg in my kitchen right now, about 3/4 drunk. Ardbeg is absolutely one of my favorites. I love Isla scotches. I love Lafroig. Although I don't know what the hell happened. I got a bad bottle of Lefroy. I've always loved those deeply smoky, peaty, Isla scotches. But the Freud I got, it just is off. I can't explain it, but I do know when it's off, and it's off. It's hard to put my finger on, but I don't enjoy it. It's messed up. And so that's why I went to Ardbeg, and man, it's awesome. That stuff, if you guys haven't had Ardbeg, it is not smooth. Do not think it's smooth. It is it has a bite to it, but it also is incredibly peaty, incredibly smoky. Only place on earth that makes scotch like that is Islay, Islay in Scotland, and you guys should check some out someday. You know, when you're out at a bar, take a shot of that. You know, go ahead and order it. Most people have at least Lefroy. They might have Ardbeg too, but you know, any bar worth its salt has these scotches, at least one of them, and I recommend them entirely. Yeah, you know, The Last Jedi makes it easy to boycott Star Wars for me. I have no enthusiasm left. I have no fucks left to give about Star Wars. So it's not even like I'm like chomping at the bit. It's not like I'm saying, oh God, you know, oh, I want to boycott, but how am I going to resist knowing what happens to Rey? And what about Reylo? Will Kylo and Rey fall into each other's arms at last? No. Nope, I don't care. I've never cared about any of those characters. I don't care about Poe. I don't care about Finn. I don't care about Admiral Gender Studies and whether she'll be back. I don't care about the damn Porgs. They're kind of cute, but you know, I don't have anything against Porgs. You know, Jesus, Rey. BB-8, I hate with a passion. I hate that damn thing. I want to destroy every single instance of BB-8 in the world. And I tell you, when my giant robots invade, there will be a reckoning. They are programmed with, you know, not facial identification, but droidal identification to seek out and obliterate every single BB-8 they can find. Every drawing, every photograph, every print, every DVD, every piece of advertisement, every model. So if you've got a BB-8, stand back away from it, well away from it, like about 5 feet away. When my giant robots fill the skies, know that BB-8's number is up. So just telling you. Thank you, Inquisitor Greyfax. I agree with you entirely. And good taste in scotch, sir. Psychodwarf 9. Hail Psychodwarf 9 with a $2 super chat. And Psychodwarf 9 says, no money, no more, nothing. Good. Yes, not a penny to Lucasfilm, not a penny to Disney. Unless you were going to go see a game. Look, they make it very complicated because they own just about everything. So there's going to be little exceptions. But I tell you, if you issue, even if your boycott is not pure, like let's say that you are pure on Star Wars. Okay, that's good. That sends a message to Star Wars. If your boycott is 90% on Marvel movies, that's good too. Listen, if you have to go see, like I have to go see Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 because Guardians of the Galaxy is my favorite Marvel movie, period. Okay. Well, but you've also hurt them like 99% of the time by skipping all their other crap. So, you know, you don't have to be perfect. And they make it very difficult because, you know, you've got 20th Century Fox now is owned by them. So what are you going to do? I mean, if they come out with a really great X-Men movie or something, well, you know, if you are absolutely passionate, if you can't live without seeing something down the line, as long as you have basically given them the cold shoulder on 99% of their crap, you know, just go to church and confess, you know, keep it to yourself. Just, okay, nobody's perfect. I understand. You know, Guardians of the Galaxy is my weak point on that. But I tell you what, that'll be the only thing, period, that I see moving forward if Endgame is woke and the Captain Marvel saves the fucking universe. That's it for me, kids. And it will also be it for me, too, if they include Captain Marvel in Guardians of the Galaxy 3, period. And I'm done with Star Wars. Star Wars is dead to me. I'm not giving them a dime, not a penny, until they apologize for their treatment of the fans. until they retract this crap, until Kathleen Kennedy is gone and her little woke brigade of whammon. All of them gone. Otherwise, no, forget it. Thank you, Psycho Dwarf 9. Captain F-Head. Captain Fuckhead. He's everywhere. He's everywhere. Dun-dun-dun-dun. With a £5 super chat. Hail, Captain Fuckhead. And he says, hail, Doomcock. Great channel. Love the Exozone 2. 11/13 won't happen, and the EU is about to implode. I hope you're right, Captain F-Head. I love that name. Yeah, I hope you're right, man. The UK pulling out may well implode the EU, but it may hurt the UK as well. Guys, you've got to stand up. You've got to punish these politicians. Don't send them a message whenever you get the chance to vote for them. Vote them out of there. Vote anyone that voted for this nonsense out. Anyone that is suppressing your speech and isolating you from the rest of the world, vote them out. Get them out of there, people. And hopefully, eventually, this EU is going to implode. But guys, make sure you have a plan getting out of there. Please make sure you've got a plan. It's very important. You guys are about to be thrown into financial chaos. Even if it's not optimal, I mean, some kind of plan. You've got to have it. You got to compromise. You got to have something. Otherwise, it could be really catastrophic for you guys. I watched John Oliver on This Week Tonight on HBO, and he's done a couple of really good pieces about the intricacies of Brexit. And we don't get reporting on that very well in this country. So, and certainly at the center of the earth, we don't get much. But it just seems I'm worried for you guys, and I don't know what to do. If I had sufficient forces at this point, if YouTube had just gone ahead and kept my subs growing, and I had 40 or 50,000. I might at this point be ready to invade, but at this, it's premature. I can't do it. I might be defeated. I can't have that. So I continue to build my forces here at the center of the earth. My giant robots, my zombie army, my giant insects, my extra dimensional forces, alien technology, all of it. It's under development. Please pardon our dust. Thank you, Captain, for that super chat and that assurance. I hope that you're right. Mark C. Hail, Mark C. again. Thank you with the $5 super chat saying, pertaining to Article 13, when Hitler attempted to take over Europe, he had the decency to mount an army. Well, he had the strategy to do it. That's true. The horrible, pernicious thing about Article 13 and Article 11 is they are an attack on the world. Because the world is now the internet. The world is global. And when you truncate a part of it, it's like cutting off a limb off someone. And, it interferes in the circulation. It poisons the blood, and eventually the whole body goes down, just drops dead. I find that extremely, extremely worrying, people. I am just hoping to God that we will find a way to thwart this, to make them reconsider. If we don't, we are in such deep shit. I can't even tell you. And you're going to wake up and the internet is going to be changed forever. And all of a sudden you're only going to be getting your news from CNN and from Fox and from MSNBC. And all of those alternatives are horrible alternatives. All of them. The mainstream media is not great. The mainstream media is not to be trusted, not because I'm paranoid, but because corporations own them. Corporations are the problem, people. God, what terrible times we live in. Thank you, Mark C. I really appreciate that. That sentiment, I think, is correct. Largely correct. Mikhail Johansson with a 20, I think, Danish kroner super chat. Thank you, Mikhail Johansson. And Mikhail asks, which is the better, The Last Jedi or Star Trek Discovery? The Last Jedi is better. There's no doubt about it. There are a few things in The Last Jedi that I think are pretty cool. I think the shot of the submerged X-Wing at the bottom of the lagoon is haunting. I think the Porgs are okay. I think that the scene with Snoke and Kylo, where he basically cuts Snoke in half, is not a bad scene. I think it's pretty cool. I think it's clever. You know, I think basically Snoke's overconfidence kills him. He's looking into Kylo's mind, and Kylo is making two gestures. The things that Kylo is talking about and thinking about, he's doing subtly with the lightsaber sitting next to Snoke. It's not a bad idea, but the things that are in The Last Jedi that are tolerable are minuscule in comparison to the horrendous horrors that lurk within. But I tell you, there's nothing in Star Trek Discovery that's good. Nothing. Nothing. I mean, the set design in the red throne room with the red walls. Okay, I kind of like that. It's all right. So there are at least little islands of minor things that you look at and say, well, that's okay. That's kind of cool. Now, in terms of which is worse in terms of ruining their respective franchises, both are equally horrendous. I'm just saying that watching The Last Jedi is less painful than watching Star Trek Discovery, because Star Trek Discovery is beyond stupid, beyond idiotic, beyond moronic. It is literally like, you know, if Darkseid had the anti-life equation, Star Trek Discovery is the anti-thought equation. It is literally for imbeciles. You cannot watch that and not be pained unless you completely turn off your mind. It is an insult to human cognition itself, to thought. It is STD is an infection of the mind, a disease of the mind. Oh, God. So they're both horrendous in terms of their destructive power, but I would watch The Last Jedi any day over Star Trek Discovery. And if you haven't watched it, good, don't. Star Trek Discovery will kill you. You got to build up your resistance slowly to this stuff. Star Trek Discovery, oh God, Mikey Spock, the things they're doing to Spock, Pike, the Enterprise, oh. And also, just by sheer weight of numbers, I mean, bear in mind, The Last Jedi runs, 2+ hours. Star Trek Discovery now is in its 25th hour. So forgive me. I'm battered and worn. It's painful beyond comprehension. Thank you, Mikhail Johansson. Harsner with a 50 euro super chat. Thank you, Harsner, very much for that. Hail to thee, sir, and welcome to the chat. And Harsner says, I'm a hobby cartoonist in the EU and angry as hell. Kind of buying into Doomcock's popularity here. Sorry, but I will upload my stuff for free. No one can claim cuts into my stuff. I love the internet for the direct contact to the people. Hail Doomcock. Hail Harsner. I too am a cartoonist, Harsner. I love to cartoon. I doodle and draw, and I do some pretty funny stuff. And there's a chance that whenever I do a crowdfunding for my Doomcock comic book, that I will probably illustrate it in a Jack Kirby style, unless some other artist steps up and wants to do it. Although I really like the Jack Kirby style for a Doomcock comic. I think that would be perfect. But I'm very, very sympathetic to cartoonists and artists who will be impacted by this stuff. I mean, God knows, you guys need all the exposure you can get. So don't apologize for being here in the chat and sending out a promotion for your stuff. I absolutely would be happy to promote it. Harsner, send me, DM or something. Contact me on Twitter at Doomcock. I'm on Twitter at Doomcock. And yeah, send me some upload some pictures of your stuff. Be happy to forward them. And I'm very, very sympathetic to you guys out there who are artists struggling to get noticed. God knows Doomcock did that for the longest time. And it just so happened that when I emerged from the Earth's core and posted on YouTube as myself, people responded. I think it was just the right time and the right place and the right amount of sheer mind-blowing outrage at Star Trek Discovery. Even out of great evil, some good can come. If it weren't for Star Trek Discovery, no one would know the name Doomcock. And for that, I am forever grateful, even as I try to grind Star Trek Discovery beneath my heels, because God damn it, I hate it so much. Thank you, Harsner. I look forward to seeing your work, sir. Either DM me, or if you're not on Twitter, have someone else do it for you. Thank you, sir. And I will send that out. Crimson Glory 287. Hail Crimson Glory 287 with a $20 Canadian super chat. Thank you, sir, or ma'am. I'm not sure which. And Crimson Glory says, I didn't watch The Last Jedi, refused to, and I could have told you they were going royally effed with Luke. Han's death held zero weight, and Leia's cop-out, Mary Poppins survival, was the cherry on the top of the shit sundae. Yep. I can't disagree with anything you're saying. In that interview, folks, in that CNN interview that I culled that stuff from for my report, they actually played that. They played the scene, just a snippet about, 10 seconds of it, of Han Solo getting killed, and felt nothing but disgust at how phony it was, and what a punk Han Solo was to just stroll up to, Darth Big Nose with daddy issues and have him just ram him through. What kind of crap was that? What kind of smuggler is he to leave himself exposed like that with a dangerous homicidal maniac channeling the dark side of the Force, even if it is his kid, even if it's named Ben for some inexplicable reason, because Obi-Wan Kenobi was not that close to Han to have him sent to that. I guess Leia twisted his arm. She does have the Force. She could do it. She wouldn't have to put down her Cosmopolitan. She'd just go ahead and gesture and his arm would go back. So I can see that, I guess. But the point is, yeah, Han's death had zero weight except to make me absolutely furious. Absolutely furious. It was disgusting, frankly. Absolutely zero emotional weight. And God damn it, if you're going to kill off somebody like that, it better have weight. It better mean something. Not just to the fans, but to you, the creator of that movie, the writers. If it means nothing to you, how do you think the audience is going to care? What a goddamn shame. You are absolutely right, Crimson Glory 287, and I'm glad that you are here to share your disappointment with all of us over this shit Sunday. And Leia, my God, subconsciously flying herself back to the ship. That was painful. So painful. More painful than I can say. More painful, I tell you. Oh my God. Crimson Glory 287 says, just make evil dude more evil. Not very convincing. No, not at all. Not at all. He's petulant and whiny. I don't even, God, aside from even just not giving a shit about this stuff anymore, the fact that they killed Snoke and now the major baddie of this universe is going to be Kylo Ren? Really? That's it? That's all you got? And what's his name? Hux? General Grievance Hux, who was turned to complete flat out into comedy relief in this last one. Really? And we're supposed to care? We're supposed to be slavering, Pavlovian-like for the return of episode 9? Really? Who cares? And the setup, I don't know. They've revised it a lot of times because they know that they're heading for the train wreck of failure, utter and complete failure. But they've been revising this stuff. And remember the synopsis that says like there's some kind of, they're on the run and they go out and they find some secret that is going to turn the galaxy against Kylo Ren because the galaxy in the interim has fallen for him. He's been a good ruler and there's been peace and everything. And so they've turned the rebellion into the resistance and the resistance into the grumpy old men brigade. And get off my line, you damn Sith. I mean, if everything's running smoothly across the galaxy, what's the problem? Well, it turns out that there's like some kind of sweatshop in, on planet Taiwan. And, they're going to go and bust out some woke African-American woman who is 18 to 23, I believe, and who is a natural leader who has a brilliant mind and a wonderful sense of humor. That was something along the lines of what they described in the casting call. So, for all we know, it's going to be Mikey Spock in her time suit because she's the bestest ever. We all know that, don't we? Oh, God. No, I haven't watched Resistance yet, Mills. I have not watched Resistance yet. Kylo Ren, because evil doesn't really count. Or it doesn't really exist, says Coyote Clone. MSTE fan says, episode 9, the final nail in the coffin. Pretty much. Yep. Z2I. You're too shy, Z2. E and I says, just watched your video on this, and is it sad that it doesn't even surprise me that Rian Johnson killed him just because he felt like it? Well, it means you're a realist and you know what's up. But just hearing him say it, it's like listening to chalk, like fingernails on a chalkboard. It just pissed me off all over again. Good God, unbelievable. Grand Moff Tarkin says Kylo Ren is ruined as a character. He just looks like an emo kid. Exactly. With a big nose and he's really just like the bad boyfriend that Rey wants to be better. That's what Rey wants. They've turned Star Wars into a young adult novel, people, where Kylo Ren is the bad boy and Rey is the good girl. And Rey thinks if I could just get him, I would save him and I would make him better than ever. I can make him good. I can make him love again. I can show him love and make him love. That's what it is. It's a young adult novel. That's what they've turned this galaxy far, far away into. I mean, basically, it's a worse written The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. That's basically what it is. Twilight breaking yawn. Yes. Subliminal origami. Twilight. Episode 9. Twilight of the Jedi. Mills with a very interesting bit of a rumor here. Thank you, Mills. He says, what I told you I had heard. Rumor from ILM that they introduced the time travel stuff in Rebels to possibly reboot the sequel trilogy to unfuck the damage. Well, that would be great. Actually, that would be wonderful. Feline Sublime says, I'm still half an hour behind, but for your planned sister channel, what of news, notes, or postcards from Xanadu? I like that. That's pretty good, man. Hail Mahaviz. Welcome, Mahaviz. Glad to see you here, my friend. Episode 9, the last picture show, says Dave Bob. Yes, I think, Dave Bob, I think it's safe to say that Rey also has no Buhine. I think that's absolutely fair to say. I don't think the Rey has no Buhine. No Buhine to speak of. That's what I think. Adam Wofford, no, I have not yet gotten to it, but I am moving in sequence, Adam, with a $2 super chat. I'll just go ahead and read it now. Anyway, it says, hey, Doomcock, did you read my super chat? I have not yet, Adam. I have not. I'm getting to it. Thank you, sir, though. And don't worry, I will leave no super chat behind. Absolutely not. Let us continue then, because I know you guys have been waiting. Obi-Wan 27883 with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Obi-Wan 27883. And Obi-Wan says, apparently Captain Marvel third weekend ticket sales dropped 50% to $34 million. Domestic totals projected under 400 million now. Shows no repeat viewing because bad movie. Guardians of the Galaxy 2 will have made more Hail Doomcock. See, now that's the kind of news I've been waiting for. See, people talk about this like 900 million figure like it's sacrosanct. People, regarding the gross of Captain Marvel, okay, given the shenanigans on Rotten Tomato, given the monkey shines on the YouTube algorithm, all of these steps to protect Captain Marvel, given the fact that this theater owner or manager said that there was the same block of 25 tickets on every show that were empty come showtime, no shows, same group of tickets, seems to imply, or at least give some credence to the rumor that Disney bought up their own tickets. I'm just saying, people. I'm just saying. So take this thing about 900 million with many grains of salt. I don't trust anything that they're telling us now. For some bizarre reason, they are hell-bent on projecting a image of success for Captain Marvel. And you know that thing I read earlier about their anti-troll efforts? I think that they thought it was worth the investment to go ahead and make it look like so-called trolls, meaning us, that we were thwarted, that we were ineffective, that our reasonable, objective objections to Captain Marvel and the politics surrounding Captain Marvel were nothing but negativity and trolling, people. They want that to be the narrative, and they're willing to pay for it because, look, it's not even maybe about Captain Marvel at all. I think I ought to make a video about this. I think that given that quote, I think their point is that they're actually funding this as a fight against us personally, to go ahead and defang us, to make us think, people, to make us think, and this is wrong, to make us think that we are not having an effect, that we are failing. They would pay a lot of money to do that, because if they demoralize us, they think, well, hell, we can't shut them up. And we've been caught altering Rotten Tomatoes, and we've been caught altering the YouTube algorithm and being protected by these social media platforms. Why don't we go ahead and spend money and make it look like we succeeded despite their best efforts, even if it's not true, so that they will get demoralized and go away and shut up? Again, I repeat, this article, I'm not sure where it came from because it doesn't have any attribution. I'm going to have to look for it. But it says Captain Marvel scores a victory over trolls with opening weekend success. But perhaps more importantly, steps were taken to mitigate any troll effect on Captain Marvel. 2 studio executives who spoke anonymously because they weren't authorized to speak about their anti-troll efforts said they've become more adept and prepared for combating organized negativity around a release. If by combating you mean altering Rotten Tomatoes into irrelevance, cheating on YouTube, removing negative comments, silencing dissent, and spending a lot of money to make us feel like we failed when in fact we've succeeded. Is this so far-fetched? I don't think so. I think I've just stumbled on something pretty goddamn significant here, frankly. I need to find out where that article came from. If anybody knows, please DM me the source of it. Save me a little time from trying to track it down. I think this is important, people. I think I'm onto something here. Thank you, Obi127883. I really appreciate it. Darth Gavel with a $5 super chat. Hail to the Darth Gavel. I've been seeing your messages in the chat, and I agree with them. Darth Gavel says the fandom menace beneath this mask is more than flesh. Beneath this mask is an idea, Mr. Ruin, and ideas are bulletproof. Indeed they are, sir. Indeed they are. Good post. We will not be silenced. I'm not going to let you guys get discouraged. See, even that like super chat earlier about, I feel disheartened. I feel discouraged. I'm not slamming anyone for that. I'm not slamming you at all. It was, I'm going down to see who this was. It's John Balderdash. Listen, John Balderdash is a great guy. And I'm definitely not slamming him for feeling that way, but I'm just pointing out, John, the evidence is mounting. That's what they want you to feel. And you shouldn't. Don't feel that way. Don't give in to that kind of despair. That's what they want. I think that's maybe what they're paying for, dude. It's starting to make sense to me. God. Well, you know what? You're right, Darth Gavel. You can't kill ideas. And we're not going anywhere. I'm not going to let you guys go anywhere. When you guys get dispirited, when you guys start to feel like you're beaten down and it's not working, I'm going to keep pointing out all the successes that we have. And I know Gary is going to keep pointing that out on Nerdrotic channel. And I'm sending a shout out to Gary as well. Definitely, you want to go and subscribe to my second channel. You're going to want to subscribe to Nerdrotic Live as well. We are all basically starting up second channels to protect our content, to protect our main channel, and to have a place to go when it's raining. And it's important for all the subscribers who subscribe to the original channel to subscribe to the new channel as well. Because you never know what's going to happen, folks. You never know. It's very important to have a backup. So I support Gary in this. I hope that you guys will support me in this new channel as well. And I just want to send a shout out to Gary right now with love. He's a great guy. He's my personal friend, and he's a great voice in our community. So I support him entirely. Just wanted to send that shout out. I know he's not here. I know he's busy getting ready for his vacation. But if you guys see him, let him know that Doomcock sent a shout out and a call to subscribe as well. So thank you guys. Coyote clone. When you're weary, feeling down, Doomcock over troubled waters. I will lay me down. Yes, I will. I will always lay me down, raise your spirits. Yeah, ideas are bulletproof, and we will persevere. We will persevere. MK Dumas 1981 says, can someone post a link to the Overlord DVD 2? Like I said, I haven't made it yet. I'm going to make it tonight. I'm going to go ahead and make it from a new email and a new account. I will put it up there. I will put this up there, and then I will go ahead. I'm going to do a live stream probably tomorrow night as well to review Star Trek Discovery, and to go ahead and link to my new channel and kind of fill everyone what's going on. And also, I have received news from Mills about things going on behind the scenes at Star Trek Discovery, and so I will be doing a video probably on that tomorrow. As well, then we will be discussing that in the live stream as well. So all of that will come tomorrow, my friends. Don't worry. It is definitely coming. All right. Oh, yes, Dave Bob. I will shout it from the mountains. I will put it on Twitter. The address of the new channel, I will put it on a video tomorrow. I will be plugging it in the live stream tomorrow as well. And we're gonna bang this out, guys. So don't worry. All you guys got to do is show up and please subscribe and spread the word far and wide, so we can get as many subs as quickly as possible and get up and running. Just like Gary got up and running in a day. I mean, he got like 4,000 subs. I'll be pretty sad if I don't get the same thing. So don't let me down, guys. Don't let me down. All right, let us move on. The Doomcock and Harvey Variety Comedy Channel. Exactly. That's very good. Doomcock Variety Comedy Channel. I like that as well. So many great names. All right, let us press on. Thank you guys. We still have 389 folks watching. Outstanding. Hail D Artist Jewelry. Glad to see you here, my dear, and welcome. I like Doomcock Coast to Coast. I think that's pretty cool. Doomcocking loves Harvey. Doomcock loves Harvey. Sit room says. Hit that bang this out, says Michael Henry. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Oh dear. Bourbon is called for. Thank you guys so much for showing up, you guys. I really, really appreciate it. Michael Henry says he's frowning. What's the matter, Michael Henry? You didn't like me saying bang this out? Or bourbon. I don't know. Anyway, John Mystery says, have you figured out Harvey's biology yet? Yeah, I don't think he has any. I think it's all simulated. You know, he's incomprehensible. The form we see is not him. The form we see is our mental projection of him trying to cope with a shape that would surely make us mad if it were not filtered. Oh, Michael Henry, I was late, my lord. Don't worry about it, man. Thank you for being here. And it'll be pulled up tomorrow on this new channel. I guarantee. I'm going to go ahead and set it up, guys. I'm going to set it up. Don't worry. I will get it happening. And hail, creepy little book. It's good to see you, sir. Yes, I've been meaning to get back to you. I just, once again, overwhelmed. Grandma Tarkin, Harvey is the flying spaghetti monster. Outstanding. You guys are great. All right, let us continue on. Thank you, Darth Gavel. Brian Fontenot with a $5 super chat. Hail, Brian Fontenot, and thank you, sir. He says, given this info, Mark blindsided by Luke's death at the premiere, as the interview with him seemed to indicate, at least to me. I believe he absolutely was. I think that scumbag Rian Johnson didn't even have the decency, the courtesy to inform him. Look, even in that CNN interview, he God, I had to post that link in the chat. I didn't actually post that link in the description because what I've heard is that the algorithm slams you if you have external links in your channel, in your description of your video. So that basically is what happened. Let me see if I can find the link to that and see if I can copy it into. But anyway, you'll see in there that look, these guys did not get along during the shooting. You know, they really did not get along at all. And where is it? Damn it. I don't know. I'll have to look at it later. Damn it. Anyway, it's quite clear that Rian Johnson gave Mark Hamill a hard time and vice versa on this. You know, Mark Hamill's one of us. And Mark Hamill is one of those rare actors that he was not merely playing Luke Skywalker. He was a fan of Luke Skywalker. He was a fan of Star Wars. It was something he loved. It was not a casual, just a job. It wasn't like Shatner saying, it's just a TV show. It's just a TV show. Have you ever kissed a girl? I didn't think so. Move out of your parents' basements. Go and get a life. Live, damn it. No, Mark Hamill wasn't like that. Mark Hamill is one of us and he cares. So Rian Johnson, actually, he called Mark Hamill motherfucker on the stage at one of these like conventions. It may have been Star Wars Celebration or something. Like, did you agree with Rian Johnson's decisions or something? And Rian Johnson looked at him and said, careful how you answer, motherfucker. So at that point, the the contractual obligation aspect of things had fallen squarely on Mark Hamill's head, because for a while there, come on, you can't even, I mean, there's videos out there, video after video after video of him saying that he disagreed with every single choice that Rian Johnson made on the film. So, you know what? I think Rian Johnson may have even done it just out of petulance to mess with Mark Hamill, and took delight. He probably was looking over at Mark Hamill's face during the screening to see his reaction to dying. Because that's how Rian Johnson rolls. Right over anyone that gives a damn about Star Wars. That's the key. So I agree with it. Thank you, Brian Fontenot. I appreciate you being here, sir. Appreciate the super chat. Psychodwarf 9. Hail Psychodwarf 9 with a $2 super chat and a good point. Psychodwarf 9 says, make no mistake, we have made them scared of us. Yep. You don't instigate a cross-platform corporate movement to, quote, stifle negative comments and to combat, quote, trolls unless you are scared. They don't just do this kind of stuff for fun. Not at all, people. No. They would not have done this if we had not made a hell of an impact on them, if they weren't actually scared of us. So don't buy into this nonsense that says that they are above it all, that they are fine, that everything's good. It's not. And they know it. And we're not going anywhere. Just don't buy into them. Don't believe them. They're lying. The fandom menace is strong with the Force. It is not female. It is ours. Men and women alike. We own it. And we are, by God, going to be its guardians, whether they like it or not. Thank you, Psycho Dwarf 9. Jedi Knight and friend to Captain Solo with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Jedi Knight and friend to Captain Solo. And it basically looks like Alita. Alita, Jedi Knight. Now there's a wonderful movie. By the way, I love Alita Battle Angel, people. I absolutely love it. Check it out. Check it out. And Jedi Knight and friend to Captain Solo says, Luke did not want Jedi to end. He had Jedi robes on. Well, yeah, that is logic for you. That's logic, Jedi Knight and friend to Captain Solo. You know, Ruin is not very versed in logic. Ruin certainly doesn't have any idea of who Luke Skywalker is or what he would do or would not do. You know, he's basically a feckless cultural assassin. That is who Rian Johnson is, people. So the fact that this slipped away, he probably rationalized it of that Luke doesn't have much laundry. You know, Luke's kind of living a shitty life right now. He's having to vault down and spear giant fish and sexually molest space manatees for their milk. And he's you know, I don't think he has fresh linens a lot. I think he's wearing the same damn Jedi garb that he's worn for the past 30 years. And I bet he's only washed it 3 times. Basically, he doesn't take off the Jedi robes anymore, people, because he would have to break them off. Like a shell of the Force. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But you're right. I mean, you know, listen, Mark Hamill did not want the Jedi to end. And Luke sure as shit didn't want the Jedi to end either. But this is, you know, Jake Soywalker. This is not Luke Skywalker on the screen in The Last Jedi. It's Jake Soywalker. Quite a different thing altogether. But poor Mark Hamill, God, you know, we would be infinitely better off if they just put him in charge, if they had just said, hey, Mark, we don't have any ideas. We're about to hire this round-headed pumpkin head to go ahead and shape the destiny of Star Wars, but he doesn't have any ideas and he wants to destroy the thing. You think you could step up and tell a better story? Mark Hamill's no writer, but, you know, whatever he did, it would come from a place of love. And he'd probably ask people who know better than he does to, you know, consult. And we would have gotten a great great Star Wars movie. You know, sometimes expectations are good. Sometimes expectations keep you honest. Like when I go to Thundercloud and I order a California club, I expect it to have guacamole on it. I expect it to have bread and cheese, mayonnaise, and greens, vegetables, tomatoes, and also I guess turkey. You know, when I open a box of Captain Crunch and I pour it out, I expect it to be Captain Crunch. I don't expect it to be nuts and bolts and broken glass. Sometimes expectations are good. You stupid piece of shit. Not you, Jedi Knight and friend of Captain Solo. I'm speaking, of course, to Rian Johnson. Thank you, Jedi Knight and friend of Captain Solo. Brent Newman, Legionnaire Extraordinaire, hail with a 10-pound super chat. Thank you, Brent. And Brent says, hail, my lord. I fear that our future entertainment needs for good quality, non-woke franchises will come from fan films or indie companies, if we're allowed to even hear about it after Article 11 and 13. Oh, man. I am not optimistic about the future of fan films or indie companies. Yes. Fan films, probably not. I mean, look how CBS has done to fan films. Look at what they did to Vader, Shards of the Force, or Shards of the Past, actually. Actually, they went back on that, didn't they? They went ahead and remonetized it for the guy. They had given him permission after all, and then they pulled the switcheroo and claimed ownership of it and cut him out of it. And then they went ahead and said, we'll give it to him. So that's a bad example. But look at what they did with Axanar. Look at what they did to Star Trek Continues. I think that's the future, you know. Look, if they're clamping down on freedom of speech online, they're certainly going to clamp down on fan films and fan productions, you know. I don't know, man. It may go back to the old times before the Empire, when there was no internet. We still survived. You'd go to conventions and get like fan films and buy them on purloined bootlegged DVDs and home burned media and stuff. Handed down through the ages, traded between friends. Maybe that's going to be the future. Posting things on Vimeo or BitChute, I hear also is very good. If you're looking to post something on, just out there and not be monetized, there's plenty of options. And I heard BitChute is one of them, and pretty good. So you may want to go ahead and do that, as a matter of fact. But I'm a little concerned. Yeah, indie companies, yes. Fan films, I worry about that. But look, folks, look at Cobra Kai. Cobra Kai was perfect, and I have a video coming about Cobra Kai. And I'm going to be reviewing all of the episodes as well, or live watching them or something. Look, I just want to pay tribute to Cobra Kai. I love it in its time. So look for that in the next few days. But Cobra Kai is perfect. It's not woke. Everyone's equal in that. Everyone gets treated equally shitty by Johnny Lawrence, Sensei Lawrence in Cobra Kai. And, that's a great franchise. The Expanse is not woke by any means, folks. It simply presents a future that is plausible. It makes sense, and everyone is treated equal, and there's no virtue signaling. There's no bullshit. These characters are judged by what they do, not by who they are. Hell of a show, and same thing really about Game of Thrones. It's just so happening now that Cersei is queen, and Daenerys Stormborn is also queen. But we've got a king of the north, Jon Snow, although he bent the knee, although, let's just say that, he bent the knee and she spread the legs, and, it's a match made in heaven. Let's just put it that way. But there are a lot of franchises out there and new burgeoning properties that are not woke. They are giving us quality entertainment. And really, I think, Brent Newman, I think the trick is going to be to give them their due. You know, when a great show steps up and delivers, watch it. I mean, it's that simple. Spread it, the word, promote it, watch it, value it, treasure it, fight for it when talk of cancellation comes. Look at the Orville. Another great show. Worth watching, worth embracing. And let me tell you something, guys. You know, Gary has said that his information is that it is going to be renewed. I pray to God it is. Anyone would be insane to cancel it. I don't care what the ratings are. If they're anywhere acceptable or borderline, keep it going. How many times do you get the opportunity to have your own Star Trek franchise? This is a show that has only grown in quality every single season. And you give this thing 5 or 6 seasons, you're going to have a franchise that is going to endure in cinema, in comics, in books, in games, in models and toys for another 50 years. So don't let short-term profits and ratings blind you to the enormous potential of the Orville. There is probably no more valuable franchise out there right now, Fox or Disney or whoever the hell is in charge of it now. Don't cancel it. If you cancel the Orville, you'll regret it. Maybe not today and maybe not tomorrow, but soon and for the rest of your life. Hail Brent Newman. Wisdom from my legionnaire and friend. Darth Gavel with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Darth Gavel. Again, Darth Gavel says the cult of Harvey is watching and waiting. Harvey, would you care to comment on this?
I knew it. I knew, despite all the skepticism, all the criticism and mockery from Dictor Van Doomcock, so-called Overlord DVD, that there was a cult of Harvey out there crying out, waiting to be liberated, waiting to be taken care of and shown the promised land, and having the promised land then be destroyed. I knew it. And I want to say out there, how many of you guys want Harvey Cthulhu to start a Harvey Cthulhu Patreon? Doomcock thinks nobody will sign up. He thinks it's a stupid idea. How many of you guys out there think that Harvey Cthulhu, me, should go ahead and make a Cult of Harvey Patreon? Let's see. Let's see in the chat.
Yeah, let's see in the chat. Zach Grieg, Mark Oquist, Electric Barbarella 27, Fausto Solis says no. Haha, Harvey.
Screw you, Fausto. Nicholas Noah. Let's see. Samuel Aragon. Laurie Roberts is here. Hey, Laurie. Chris Persia. Yeah, so Brent Newman, Harvey, who? Screw you, Brent. Get out of here.
This is not your chat. You can't order people on.
Ban him, Mary. Ban him.
No. All right, so there seems to be some small token of support for Harvey Cthulhu.
It's not token, man. It's deep. It's deep.
Well, we'll see, Harvey. We'll see.
Yes, we will see. You're just afraid. Bjorn says that giant pink bunny gets a Patreon. Screw you. Screw you all.
Oh, Harvey. Harvey does romper room, says Emmett Fitzhume. Romper room. That was a kid's show, right? The true denizens of Ryla, says Samuel Aragon. Feline Sublime. Harvey wears a bunny romper? Mupty says, I would push the button for Harvey.
See, Mupty, now there you go. That's awesome. Electric Barbarella 27 says, hashtag pound me too, TM. Harvey needs a voice. Yes, I'll hail the deep ones. I agree. People, as soon as Doomcock will allow it, I will be starting the Cult of Harvey. You wait and see.
I think it's nuts. I don't know. I think it'll sit there. I think 5 people will sign up and it'll languish.
Well, great revolutions start with a few people, smartass.
All right. Well, we'll see. I don't know. Well, we'll see about that, Harvey. Thank you guys for indulging Harvey. It makes him feel good. Oh, by the way, guys, there is a site called I think it's called Blockheads, BLOCKHEDZ. What the hell is it called? They have made paper, basically like cardboard cutouts of the Fandom Menace that you can basically print on your printer and then fold and cut. And Harvey Cthulhu recently got his own blockheads. What is that called? I did a screen grab of them, and you've got Harvey. He's amazingly cute, and you've got a Doomcock that looks absolutely outstanding, and they stand up there, and you've also got Cecil and Jeremy and all those guys, and it's super cool. Damn it, I can't. I don't have the address. Anyway, I'll tweet that out. It's in my Twitter, and Mary, if you know, you could pop that in. But you can have a little Harvey and a little Doomcock of your own. Very, very cool. All right. Anyway. Yeah, I think it's called Block HEDZ, something like that, .com. You can go ahead and download them. Well, let me look. I'll search it real quick. Let's see. Blockheads. No. I don't know. Yes. Okay. Yes, we've got it right here. And I'm going to pop it into the chat because I think it's super cool. You've got Cecil, Cyclops, you got Flash, Doomcock, and Harvey has been added, although I don't see him on the main page, which is weird. Anyway, but he just posted, he said it'll be available soon. I guess that's what he said. Anyway, here is the link. I think you guys will enjoy this. Check it out. Very cool. All right, let us continue on here. Thank you, Darth Gavel, for that muckraking and peasant uprising inspiring there for Harvey. Rabble rousing. That's the ticket. Brian Smart with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Lord Brian Smart. Appreciate you being here. And he says, Lord Doomcock, what are your thoughts on Nerdrotic getting 3-month live stream ban for unlisted vid from 2 years ago by Spanish algorithm bot? I think it's bullshit. I think it's complete and total bullshit. I think it's an outrage, and it's just, I mean, it wasn't even listed. It wasn't even listed, guys. So what they did is they sent a bot out there, and it found this image that was on his live stream, and that's basically it. Called a copyright strike on him, and he got banned for 3 months on live streaming, which is absolutely absurd. That was fair use, guys. See, that's the kind of thing that's going to be threatened by Article 11 and Article 13, Brian, is fair use. Now, he did have a copyrighted image up there. There's no doubt about it, but he was commenting on it. It was a discussion about it, you see. And that is fair use. When you are going ahead and for review purposes, using a piece of copyrighted material for the express purpose of discussion, review, evaluation, criticism, that's fair use. And that's the thing that's going to go away if Article 11 and 13 is allowed to stand. So, I mean, that's kind of perfectly fits in with the theme for the day, guys. That's how bad this stuff is. Zach Rigg is saying disband the EU and the UN. Yeah, well, there you go. Basil, hail Basil. We're talking about Luke being killed on a whim by Rian Johnson. We're talking about Article 11 and Article 13. And we just spoke about Gary's copyright strike off an old video 2 years ago that was even unlisted. So madness, absolute madness. And it was fair use, and it's absolutely ridiculous. So, yep. There you guys go. Absolutely absurd. But thank you, Brian, for giving me the opportunity to speak about that. This is more or less the future, guys. This is gonna happen more and more unless YouTube gets wise to it and says, okay, we're not gonna be bullied on our platform. We're not gonna be manipulated by these kind of automatic things. And it's just really important, people. That's why I say, listen, again, please make it a regular habit. Keep it in your browser to go by patreon.com/doomcock so that you will get free updates when my YouTube videos are posted, when I'm going to do a live stream, anything central to my efforts to conquer the world will be announced there. So that if you're not getting announcements on YouTube, just make it a habit once or twice a day, just to pop on, just to reload it. Just hit reload on it. And there are free public updates and postings of videos there, just like on YouTube, so that you will not miss out, because there are people in the chat who are saying they're not getting notified. They're not getting, they're getting unsubscribed, all this kind of stuff. If you want to know what's going on with Doomcock, head to patreon.com/Doomcock. And also, I'm not in the habit yet, but subscribestar.com/Doomcock as well. Whichever one you prefer, I'm going to be posting things on both of those. Whenever I do a video, whenever I have a live stream coming up, that is where you will find the announcements. It costs absolutely nothing. You don't have to join. I mean, there's a lot of exclusive content there. And you can join the, you can get deep into it. You can join the Legion of Doomcock and get a membership certificate and a membership card. It's a shiny, metallic-like membership card with the Doomcock logo on it, stating your name and your Legionnaire number. You get to get a certificate that says you are the a super villain in your own right in the Legion of Doomcock, and you get to be minister of blank, and you get to basically fill in the blank as long as it's not taken. You get that, and you get an autographed picture of Doomcock as well. So, that's at Legionnaire level. You also get hours and hours and hours of exclusive content, blah, blah, blah. Point is, though, you don't have to spend a dime, because I post public stuff just open to the public, all about my schedule. And, look at what happened to Gary. Midnight's Edge had a similar strike. They got their live stream shut off in, mid-flight by that kind of thing. And, it got lifted because it was bogus. I'm sure Gary's is going to get lifted too. It's just an inconvenience, but how long will it be? So any time that anything happens, you want to know what's going on in the world of Doomcock, those two places are the places to go. Just have it, bookmark them, check them twice a day. Once a day, even, in the morning, maybe around 11 o'clock, you'll see kind of what's coming up usually. Yeah. So it's just important to not let them cut our lines of communication. I guess that's what I'm saying. And that's the best way that I can figure to keep everyone informed. Thank you, Brian. Hey, it's Sack Slappy Happy. Hail Sack Slappy Happy. Sack Slappy Happy with a $10 super chat. Glad to see you, sir. Been a long time, man. Been a long time since a Sack Slappy Happy. And Sack Slappy Happy says, they say lack of oxygen reduces mental acuity. Rian Johnson's latest comments are proof his head is so far up Kathleen Kennedy's arse. He found her minuscule brain. Yes, you're right, Sack Slappy Happy. And he stopped breathing as a result because, it smelled bad. But that's what happened. His mental acuity is down to, Star Trek Discovery levels, frankly, which is about the lowest level that you can have mental function continue and still have an autonomic nervous system functioning. I mean, it's that simple. Man, how long we've been going? We started at 3 o'clock. We're now at 6:40 Central Standard Time. So we are at 3 hours and 40 minutes. Wow. Quite a live stream, you guys. Quite a live stream. Having a blast, you folks. Carl Manvers. Hail Carl Manvers, a Legionnaire. And in fact, Carl Manvers is saying, as Minister for Public Nudity, I would like to endorse the value of having a framed picture of Doomcock hanging over your bed. That sounded less creepy in my head. Well, you got to have a picture of the glorious leader, to salute every morning and, all that kind of stuff. I mean, it's not creepy. It's the way we do business. The way we do business here, damn it. Higher Archangel says, so does YouTube not obey the fair use laws of this country? No, YouTube does. That's the point. But the Article 11 and Article 13 are going to basically curtail that, you see. It's going to make it very difficult for YouTube and Twitter and Facebook and other social media platforms to continue functioning, Higher Archangel. You see? Basically, what is going to happen is YouTube is going to then have to put up severe content filters. And, whenever an algorithm takes over something, it's always a bad deal because the algorithms are stupid. I mean, they try to refine them, but look, they would have to err on the side of caution to keep any copyrighted content from being uploaded. You see the problem? So Twitter, no more like funny memes mashing up things because it's all mashed up copyrighted content. And so freedom of speech, freedom of ideas will be truncated, will be impacted. You see the problem. And eventually what I think the more reasonable and likely reaction is probably that they're going to have to stop serving the EU. Basically cut off the spigot to Europe. And other than change how they do business, they will probably go ahead and make sure that you guys can't legally access YouTube or Google or Facebook or Twitter. So either way you slice it, it's a terrible shame and a damn disgrace. And that's what I'm conserving. John Mystery asks, does it present our deaths upon the invasion? Yes, of course. All of your names and identities are plugged into all of the programmable invasion forces from the center of the earth, all the giant robots and so on, who will leave you guys uninterfered with, unmolested, unharassed, and alive. So, not that it's protection money. I'm just saying, you want to survive the coming giant robot invasion from the center of the earth, play ball. Join the Legion of Doomcock, or even join at a vagabond level, which is $1. Just $1 a month gets you access to the Doomcock Roundtable and the Dick Doomcock Power Hour, which are 2 live things we do as parties and functions every month. And you also get access then to the recorded, Doomcock Roundtable at patreon.com/Doomcock. So all in all, it's a pretty damn good deal. In all levels, Legionnaire, villains, rogues, and vagabonds survive, as well as on Subscribestar, which at this point, I think it only gives you 1 tier. I don't know how to do multiple tiers on Subscribestar, but if I can implement that, I will. Right now, it's kind of defaulting at the Legionnaire level, but if I'm new to Subscribestar.com, so I'm struggling to get it up and running as soon as possible. And then it will be a parallel site. So there won't be anything on one or the other that's not on the other. Okay. Just to let you guys know. Indiana Jeremy, in your invasion, can you make sure your robots kill the snakes too? I like snakes, but we'll see. We'll see. Maybe. I like snakes. Snakes are important to the ecosystem, actually. I got to tell you. Let's see. Samuel Aragon says, speaking of tiers, we still need to schedule the Discord Patreon Subscribestar link. I checked Subscribestar can work with Discord too. Oh yeah. I did post invite there for the latest Doomcock Roundtable there as well. So don't worry. All right, let us continue on. Thank you, Sack Slappy Happy. Lord Sagan. Hail Lord Sagan with a 20 euro super chat. Sir, thank you very much for your generosity and for being here. And Lord Sagan says, trying to delete Rotten Tomatoes account for 3 weeks. It keeps saying, it keeps saying there was an error loading this page. Conveniently, this only happens on the delete your account page. Wonder if it's legal since I don't want Rotten Tomatoes to profit off of me. Dude, that is shady as hell. That is absolutely shady as hell. So basically, every time that you try to break up with Rotten Tomatoes and cancel your account, they're like, "Oh, we're sorry. You're breaking up. You're breaking up. We can't hear you, man. Just try and check back later. I'm so sorry. We can't hear you. Oh, you're breaking up. Oh, there's static. We can't. No." And then they're gone, just like that. Yep. Well, that is pretty sleazy and typically lousy Rotten Tomatoes activity. All I can say, Lord Sagan, is it is rotten. They are trying to keep you from leaving. They want to go ahead and dishonorably keep using you, even though you don't want to be affiliated with that site anymore. And I find it reprehensible. But I mean, look, I feel ridiculous even saying this, people. But for God's sakes, stop giving any credence at all to Rotten Tomatoes. Rotten Tomatoes is a fake site. It is rigged. It is phony. It is not valid. It is garbage, folks. Garbage. Okay. Don't talk about it anymore. Don't reference it. It's garbage. I mean, unless to say that it's garbage and that people shouldn't be talking about it anymore. That's okay. I know it's a contradiction in terms, but sometimes we have to embrace contradiction to get at the kernel of wisdom beneath. It is invalidated. It is phony. I don't look to Rotten Tomatoes for anything anymore. I don't look for validation, pro or con. They are phony. They're fake news. They're the fakiest of fake news. They were caught in public deleting 50,000 reviews on Captain Marvel. They accidentally screwed up and let them go back on, and then, oh dear, and they had to scrub them in plain view. Funny thing about Rotten Tomatoes is you can watch those numbers of likes and approvals or disapprovals or whatever shift right before your eyes. You know, they will, those ratings, those thumbs down will drop mysteriously. Over and over and over and over again, they've been caught manipulating data. It's time to just admit that they are absolutely irrelevant. They are irrelevant now. You cannot trust them. Complete joke. Moons of Madness says, I go to Metacritic. Haven't been to Rotten Tomatoes since the Marvel tomfoolery. I go only to try to delete my account. I advise all of you to delete your accounts. I don't have one over there. I would have already. Basil says, I heard that in the Mickey Mouse voice. Ha ha. Hey, Basil. Ha ha. Hey. It's Mickey here, or a reasonable facsimile thereof, not to be litigated. Ha ha. Ha ha.
It's not really Mick, but it's sure close.
Anyway, yeah. Rigged Rotten Tomatoes, says the H. Auroran Sky says, Doomcock, when you take over the world, don't destroy my garden. I worked hard on that. Even supervillains need fresh veggies. And I'm happy to help feed your legions. No Rotten Tomatoes, though. Auroran Sky, I have a sacrosanct belief in the importance, purity, and sanctity of gardens, of farms, of natural splendor. Needless to say, I will absolutely not have any flowers, plants, birds, animals harmed in my invasion of the surface world when I decide to strike. So never fear, never fear. Chris Persia says, I have a Rotten Tomatoes account and they never accept my downvote or negative review, yet when I clicked on want to see Shazam, that was accepted. Chills? Yes. Yes. Fred Wallen the third. Does Doomcock have a post office box? Can anybody help me with that? Thank you. I do. I do have a post office box, sir. Fred, it is Master DVD. Send it to Master DVD, P.O. Box 200337, Austin, Texas 78720. Oh, Grand Muff Tarkin says, I got it. I love the certificate. I'm glad you finally got it, Grand Muff Tarkin. Very, very happy that it reached you. Yes, I'll stop the Disney voices. I apologize. I apologize for that. Oh, Indiana Jeremy. I rated Rotten Tomatoes 1 out of 10, and then they deleted my review. See, you're going to go ahead and support a company that does that, that only will promote what they want you to say. Incredible. Incredible. Death Metal Tasty Balls says, DC, did you ever get Alien Isolation for PS4? I have not. Is it good? I've heard it was really good, actually. So I ought to. Damn it. I need to go shopping. I need to get Spider-Man and Alien Isolation. I've heard that they're outstanding. Robin Pittenger says, Overlord DVD, you are a stand-up supervillain, and I look forward to being your subject. I look forward to ruling over you, Robin Pittenger. Hail, Robin, and thank you. Donald Duck, Pete, 1972. How good are you at Donald Duck? I suck. I can't do Donald. I can't do it. Never been able to do Donald Duck, period. That's just ultimate fail on that. I can't even try it. Can't even attempt it. No one's perfect, I guess. I'm close, but you know, what can I say? Thank you guys. Let's see. We've got Mega Jetty 1, excuse me. Mega Jetty 1 with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Mega Jetty 1, saying, RJ isn't the biggest Richard, he's the smallest. He's talking about his Johnson. Talk about Ruin Johnson. Talk about Ruin Johnson. Shooby dooby doo bop. He is the smallest. Hop pop doo up. He is the worst. Hobby dobby doo up. He is lousiest. Robby dobby doo up. He is cursed. Ruin Johnson's Johnson is not the biggest Johnson. More the reverse. Needle Dick comes to mind. Thank you, Mega Jetty 1. Psycho Dwarf 9. Hail, Psycho Dwarf 9 with a $5 super chat and a recipe. All right. Let me go ahead and capture this here. It says recipe: 1 part blue curacao, 2 parts vodka, 3 parts Everclear, bonus mixed with Mountain Dew. Now that's the trick, isn't it, Psycho Dwarf? Right? Is this some kind of coup attempt? I know that mixing that with Mountain Dew, it's probably going to go up. Going to go up. Going to go off like that meteor, that asteroid over the Baltic Sea just in December. Did you guys hear about that? Have we got any Exozone listeners here? I was talking about last time that NASA confessed that they had we've had a teensy problem over the Baltic Sea, Doctor. Yeah, we had a teensy problem, Doctor. Apparently, we had an explosion of 160 kilotons over the Baltic Sea. Wasn't great. It was a bit of a disturbance, but blooming hell, it was bad. 160 kiloton explosion over the Baltic Sea. So we nearly got hit with something, and that asteroid broke up over the Baltic. Thank God. Or boy, we would have had a tsunami. It would have been bad. But as it is, 160 kilotons, which is a 1 kiloton was the amount of force that was in the atomic bomb that hit Hiroshima. So imagine 160 Hiroshima bombs going off over the Baltic Sea. We need some plans to deflect asteroids. We need to be paying attention. We need to be watching. We need to have some kind of contingency because this stuff is real, folks. This is not conspiracy theory. This is not woo-woo. This is fact. So just a public service announcement from Doomcock again. Thank you, Psycho Dwarf. That sounds good. Anyway, I think that thing would go
Like the Illudium Pew explosive space modulator.
I think it might go boom, but it sounds tasty. Thanks, man. I'll have to give it a try. Bjorn, hail Bjorn with a 50 Swedish krona super chat. Thank you, Bjorn, my friend. He says, "What does Jimmy Stewart think of Harvey?" Back to you, Chet. Oh, geez. Well, Jimmy Stewart, what do you think of Harvey? Well, I think Harvey's a great guy. I really love Harvey. He's been a great pal to me. He goes around with me everywhere, pretty much. People don't see him, and they look at me like I'm crazy when I'm talking to him. But he's a great guy, and he goes to bars with me and drinks with me. And he's a great guy. He's a comfort. He's a comfort. That's what he is. He's a beanbag. A what? A beanbag. Those of you who like Richard Burton will get that reference. I wonder if anyone will get that reference. You wouldn't understand. A beanbag. Probably not. But Jimmy, that's the wrong Harvey. What do you think of this Harvey? Which Harvey? What are you talking about? What do you mean? What Harvey? This one right here. Oh, Mary! Call the fire brigade. That's a eldritch abomination. Yes, subliminal origami. Virginia Woolf. Who's afraid of Virginia Woolf? Bravo. A beanbag. Flores para los muertos. Flores. Yes, outstanding. I knew somebody would get it. It's pretty obscure, but I knew that. Well, so you're saying he's an eldritch abomination? Why you see him too? Yes, I see him. I see him very clearly. That's just terrible. That's terrible. What is this country coming to? And you shun a perfectly wonderful 6-foot invisible rabbit, and you think I'm crazy, and then you got this damn eldritch abomination going around. And that's perfectly okay. It is odd. It is odd, Jimmy. Odd times, dude. Odd times. I think it's terrible. I think it's going to disturb my sleep. I'm going to go to Washington. I'm going to try to get legislation to get rid of this horrible thing. Well, good luck with that, because you know what? They don't believe in Harvey. They really don't. None of them believe in Harvey. They think he's a puppet, or he's stuffed, or he's cute. Beware. The truth is, Harvey is an eldritch abomination that is going to destroy the universe. In fact, all of reality, if I ever let him out. So hopefully I'll never let him out. Hashtag we believe, says Aurora and Sky. Exactly. Count Zero says Scott Manley covered the Bering Sea asteroid over on his channel yesterday. Yes, well, but we covered it on Sunday, so we got to it first. Anyway, that's fine. Me and Gary. That's right. Me and Gary. Gary's my invisible friend too. And Gary goes around and he hovers out in the air, floating around, and he's got that beard. I guess it catches the breeze. Yeah, floating around. Oh, Gary, and I talk to him, and he steers me clear. Gives me good advice about things to watch and stuff. He's my invisible imaginary friend. Yes, I think Gary is all of our imaginary friends. Absolutely. Him floating around in the air, though, invisible, that's kind of weird. But hey, it's how Gary rolls, I guess. I don't know. Oh dear. Cheers to you all. Let's see. We've got Metal Gamer here. Hail Metal Gamer with a $2 super chat. Thank you, sir, very much. And Metal Gamer says Disney is a cancer on all of geek culture. Yeah. Yeah, it is. I mean, it certainly has become that, but only in the last, really since the acquisition of Marvel and Star Wars. I mean, it used to be they were just an annoyance, but my God, the power that Disney has now is absolutely abominable. It's just expanding all the time. It's rapacious. It's really becoming quite unstoppable. And this is the reason, people. Everyone goes on about government regulation is bad and stuff. Let me tell you something. Monopolies are bad for consumers, period. That is not a political view. That is a view of someone who is seeing it happen right now. And Disney isn't even quite a monopoly yet. But look at the level of their power. Look at what they can do. They can get Rotten Tomatoes and YouTube to bend to their will. And where does that leave us with our voices? So, there are no absolutes in the world, people. Sometimes government regulations are important when it protects free speech and protects the Constitution and protects the public's right to quality. Because that's really what a monopoly is. It's anti-quality. When Disney owns everything, they don't have to worry about making anything good anymore. There's no competition. It stifles the free market. It stifles capitalism. And that's the situation we're in now. So there are no absolutes. There are no absolutes. And that's the thing. That's where critical thinking comes in. Stop thinking in terms of my side and their side. Our side should be the sensible center, the middle. And yeah, there's some right-leaning, left-leaning, but generally common sense. No extremes. That should be the way that we go forward. Because it's extremes on both ends that cause all the trouble. All these SJW crap. Jesus. I mean, and Disney is benefiting from a kind of laissez-faire attitude, I guess, of the FCC. I don't know what the hell's going on. The Federal Trade Commission, the FCC. I mean, they're letting all this stuff slide, and we're the ones that are getting screwed. Yeah. Disney is not only a cancer on all of geek culture, Disney is a cancer on our culture, on every bit of culture now. Because they have so much muscle. They've got a network. Now they've got two networks. See, I hear contradictory things. I thought that they couldn't own the Fox network, but apparently now they do. I mean, so they got ABC and Fox. I get contradictory stuff all the time. I thought that they didn't have that they had to divest themselves of Fox Television and the Fox News Network. I thought that they had to do that because of ABC. But I don't know. All I know is this is bad, people. This is terrible. And this is hurting free speech. It's just awful. It really is. Corporatism is not capitalism, says Merck for all. Or M3RC for all. Me3, I don't know how to pronounce it, dude. Anyway, yes, I agree. Maavi says divested of Fox News only. But what about the network? Ken Jack Ben says, no, they don't. They don't own Fox Network. They own 21st Century Fox. It is not Fox Broadcasting. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. 6 Scale Combat. Renounce your Porg statement, please. What was it? I didn't forget. Yeah, the Porgs were annoying, but listen, that was the best part of The Last Jedi, so I got to say something nice about it. Anyway, thank you, Metal Gamer. Mitch Tebow, Legionnaire, artist extraordinaire. Dude, I'm fixing to post your Tales of the Legion up on Patreon. I just haven't had a chance, brother, but it is coming. And Mitch has $20.99 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Mitch, very much for that generous contribution. And Mitch says, some funds to top off your liquor budget. just on lunch break at work and dropped in to show my support. Fun fact, YouTube wouldn't let me buy a super chat with R. Johnson's full name inserted. Oh, really? Well, now isn't that interesting? So Mitch couldn't do a super chat with Rian Johnson's full name inserted? Oh, well, regarding a Johnson, you're only supposed to insert the tip, you know, just to be safe. Well, I don't even know what to say about that. I don't even know if I've seen another full Rian Johnson in here. That's weird. What if that's a Canadian thing or something? Huh. No, it's here, like on Perpetual Punster, another Legionnaire. He said, excellent scathing rebuke of Rian Johnson's ego on your video. That's weird, Mitch. I don't know. That's a very strange thing, dude. I don't know what to tell you on that, but I thank you, sir, for topping off my liquor budget. I need to hie me to the liquor store this Friday, actually. I'm running low on absinthe. Need some of that. Need to make some more Death in the Afternoon. Boy, was I flying. That day when I did that live stream and I had that Death in the Afternoon, ooh, on an empty stomach, man, that kicked my ass. I gotta admit. Hemingway knew what he was doing, though. He was a great alcoholic. He really was. Thank you, Thibault, Legionnaire and friend, who sent me some wonderful gifts this past Christmas. He and Chris Dalgesh sent me just some cool stuff for Christmas. It was really nice of you, Mitch and Chris, and bless you guys. Seriously. Xenomorph XX121. Oh, this is an honor, Xenomorph XX121, with a $5 super chat. And Xenomorph says, my Lord Doomcock and Harvey, you guys are my first ever super chat. Wish I could give more. You guys always make my day. Thank you. Thank you, Xenomorph XX121. That is a great honor. Really great honor. It means a lot to me and to Harvey as well. Man, you know, you guys are the best. What can I say? I really appreciate it, sir. And welcome to the channel and welcome to the chat. Dude, cool name too, by the way. Oh, by the way, Xenomorph XX121. Did you see that there was this high school production of Alien? I shit you not. And it got officially sanctioned. Like they said, oh, go ahead and do it, kids. And it was cool. I tweeted out a little bit about it. And Mary knows about it. You might want to ask Mary Ashmead, our loyal and super duper wrench wench extraordinaire. Man, these kids had spacesuits. They had alien eggs on stage. They had a full-size xenomorph that looked incredible, looked awesome. Mood lighting. They had the kind of haze on the stage, on the floor of the stage, like in the egg chamber in the original movie. I mean, how cool was that? Xenomorph. Check it out. Check out Alien high school production, and I bet you it will come up. Super cool, dude. Super cool. You will love it. Thank you for letting me be your first ever super chat. I feel incredibly honored. Psychodwarf 9 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Psychodwarf 9, very much for that. And Psychodwarf 9 says they're trying to make us their version of better. Well, they are mistaken. They are mistaken, Psychodwarf 9, because, you know, how can we be a better version of us through their work of inferior writing, abysmal reasoning, and basically mendacious politics? You know, they are so full of crap. They are basically politicizing what should never be politicized. They are politicizing entertainment. They're politicizing things that mean much more to us than just movies or disposable entertainment. And, more than a meal, more than a drink. I mean, this is the food of the soul for us. And they're just polluting it, just throwing it away, just not giving a damn about what it does to us. They can't profit off of our cultural heritage, off of the mythologies that they have sold us in advance. They are trying to put an expiration date on all of our popular culture so that we'll buy more. And the sad thing is, though, they don't realize that that is supremely insulting. That is putting an expiration on part of our dreams. Putting an expiration date on our fucking souls. Pieces of it. Because we are not simply little isolated bundles of DNA in this world. We are our times. You and I, all that we see and all that we've seen in our lives are a shared moment in history. And we are that moment in history. And when you try to tell us that when you are trying to say that, no, all these dreams that we sold you had expirations on them, expirations date, use by this date and then discard. And now we've got a whole new set, and we're going to sell you The Last Jedi, and we're going to sell you Star Trek Discovery, and we're going to sell you Blade Runner 2049, which is a better example, I'm sure, but I won't see it because, God damn it, I don't want my Blade Runner altered. I'm happy with my Blade Runner. I don't need it changed. I don't need to know more than that it is excellent and it is perfect and it stands alone. I don't care about your profits. If you want to make profit, make something new. Take a risk. Make something good. But they don't want to make anything good. They don't want to take any risks with something new. What they want to do is repackage the same old shit and sell it to us again with a different label, a different name. But they want to stick to the formula of what works, which is the death of creativity and spontaneity and quality. You get shit like The Last Jedi created by garbage salesmen like Rian Johnson. Instead of just taking a risk and finding some new talent out there and selling us something new. Scumbags. Fish peddlers in the marketplace. That's all they are. Makes me sick. Thank you, Psycho Dwarf 9. I appreciate it, sir. Geek Chorus. It's the Geek Chorus back. Hail, Geek Chorus. I'm glad to see you all. I guess all. And the Geek Chorus says, ever see the 80s comedy western, The Frisco Kid with Harrison Ford? He played it like Han Solo with a horse. It was pretty fun to watch, I recall. Hail. Oh, yes, of course, I have seen The Frisco Kid. I have seen The Frisco Kid many times. Guys, Gene Wilder and Harrison Ford in a comedy western. Basically, Gene Wilder is a rabbi that is trying to get to his new post, his new synagogue. He's taking over. It's in Old West, so he's moving to a new city to do that. And Harrison Ford basically is hired to see him safely that way, as I recall. They fall in together, basically. It's kind of an odd couple kind of thing. It's charming. It's funny. Gene Wilder is amazing with his thick Yiddish accent. And it taught me the phrase, "Oi, Gewalt!" Which is all shit. Oh, shit. That's basically all shit in Yiddish. Oi, Gewalt! Very funny movie. God, I haven't thought about that movie in years. It's almost forgotten at this point. But yeah, man, kudos to the Greek geek. Jesus Christ. The bourbon, see, it's starting to hit. on an empty stomach. Geek Chorus, kudos to you for calling out what is largely a forgotten movie, The Frisco Kid. I recommend you guys check it out. It's a lot of fun. Great comedy Western. God, I'd forgotten about that. Good call, Geek Chorus, and hail. All right, let's see. We've got Marcus Jose here, Legionnaire Marcus Jose, who patiently taught me how to pronounce his last name. Hail Marcus Jose with a $2 super chat. And he says, Jar Jar Abrams in 6 Degrees of Suck, March 8th. 6 Degrees of Suck, Jar Jar Abrams. So he's got a release coming out on March 8th. March 8th? No. Did he? I don't know. Anyway, Jar Jar Abrams always is making some form of 6 Degrees of Suck. So there you go. Yeah. Jesus. I don't know what to say to that, Marcus Jose, except you're right. And yeah, I don't see anything by Jar Jar Abrams anymore, period. Although I will see episode 9 for free if I can, if my scheme works, because I need to review it for you guys, but I ain't paying a dime for it. So thank you, Marcus Jose. Armchair Warlord with a $5 super chat. Hail, Armchair Warlord, and thank you, sir, for this very much. Legionnaire Armchair Warlord. And he says, all hail. Woke consultants, advertising focus groups, and tweeters have created a self-licking ice cream cone. And check out The Maiden's War on Indiegogo. Yes, check out The Maiden's War on Indiegogo. It's Armchair Warlord's book. It's a novel. And Armchair Warlord is actually serving in the military, so he knows what he speaks of. And when he's writing this science fiction take on The Maiden's War, he knows what he's talking about. So I recommend you guys go check out his Indiegogo. It's he is a quality individual, and he is a good member of the Lair at patreon.com/Doomcock, and I support him entirely. I'm sorry to say, Armchair Warlord, I have not as yet had a chance to read any of it, but I will do so as soon as I can. You have my word on that. And Nicholas Glenn with a $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Nicholas Glenn. And he says, wish you were coming to Chicago. We'll drink one for you. I'm very tempted, Nicholas. I'm very tempted. God, I really want to go to the get together with all the fandom menace there in Chicago. Nicholas Glenn was offering with cotton candy haired Jeremy to do a GoFundMe to help me get there. And I just don't think I can get away. I've got some family stuff going on. I have, but I'm tempted. I don't know, Nicholas Glenn. I kind of fluctuate back and forth. I may go on tonight and say, pull the trigger and go ahead. And I may just have to, I don't know. I didn't want you hanging on the line. And as I gave you an answer, but I'm so tempted to go. I'd really like to go. I'd like to meet you guys. I wouldn't go to the Star Wars Celebration, but I would go to the Fandom Menace get together. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it. Probably can't, but I don't know. No, I've never gone to any conventions in full costume. So incognito, if I did go. And actually, that helmet is no good for drinking. And God knows I'm going somewhere I'm drinking. So it'd probably be in some other kind of disguise. But just to let you know, Feline Sublime. Let's see, what do we got here? Thank you, Nicholas Glenn. Warren Roar. Hail Warren Roar, Legionnaire and bodyguard of evil. And Warren Roar with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Warren. Says, I'm so glad you were able to prove that Rian Johnson destroyed our hero Luke in such a disgusting, disrespectful way. Broke my heart and won't be the same. Yep. We always knew it, didn't we? But this is just in black and white. I mean, I figured that you know, this is old news. I mean, this was in March of 2018, but I didn't know anything about it because I don't watch CNN. I don't watch, especially CNN Money, you know, like their business stuff. I'm not a business guy. I should be. I wish I was. I wish I was much more competent about business and the nuances of finance and, you know, how to do commercial stuff and promote my channel better. But I'm just not at heart I'm just not a business guy. So I missed it. And then I saw this thing this morning. Actually, there's a what is it called? I'm in a group on Twitter, the Star Wars Real Discussion Group, and I want to send a shout out to Any Artie, who is I think the curator or invited me to the Star Wars Real Discussion Group on Twitter, and it was posted in there, a little bit of a discussion. They do amazing stuff. Any Artie, if you're out there, and if anyone knows any Artie, Ardi, tell him I sent a shout out on the chat and a shout out to the Star Wars Real Discussion Group. Those guys are great, and I'm sorry I can't participate more. I wish I had more time, but I'm always doing videos and answering comments and emails and tweets, and it's just overwhelming. Anyway, yeah, they posted that and I saw it and I was completely blown away. And so I busted my ass to get this thing up before the chat. I was just going to talk about Article 11, Article 13, but man, when you hear Rian Johnson himself in person saying, I noodled around on it, it would have been just easy to leave him on the island and it wouldn't have hurt the movie any. Then I just decided to kill him on a whim. Jesus. You just, it is. You found the perfect words, Warren Roar. Disgusting and disrespectful. And it did break my heart. And it will never be the same, Warren. It will never, ever be the same. I don't care what retconning they do in episode 9. I don't care what shenanigans and monkey shines they pull. It's going to be BS. So there you go. Thank you, Warren Roar. Death Metal Tasty Balls. Oh, I see. With a £2 super chat and a clarification from Death Metal Tasty Balls. He is saying, I am no longer Dave. I am Tasty Balls, and they're good. Is that like the mythological sweaty balls? The sweaty balls on Saturday Night Live in that time? Oh, Death Metal Dave, dude, nightly Death Metal Dave. I am making progress episode by episode through 2000 AD, the collection of Judge Dredd comics. I got that first volume, so I'm getting a really good look for the first time in my life, really, at the universe, the comic universe of Judge Dredd. I've only seen like the movie stuff. Gonna go back to the source. Death Metal Dave, excuse me. Death Metal Tasty Balls, excuse me. Sent me a wonderful Judge Dredd graphic novel called America, and he said that was the best one ever. So I instead of just jumping into it without any of the background or the lore, I decided that I would go ahead and get a hold of some early Judge Dredd material to kind of get the vibe. And I'm working towards the day when I'm going to read that graphic novel, because when somebody says it's the greatest Judge Dredd graphic novel of all time, I'm not just going to dive into it ignorant. I want a full background on this to properly enjoy it. Anyway, Death Metal Tasty Balls, hail and thank you for letting me know that you are in fact the artist formerly known as Dave. But forgive me if I don't sample the tasty balls. That's just that's not how Doomcock rolls. It's not how Doomcock rolls. Thank you, sir. Dr. Forbin and Colossus says, Whataburger on me tonight. Stay angry with a $10 super chat, which will cover a Whataburger. Dude, I'm going. I'm going to, whenever we get done here, I'm going to go out and get some food, bring it back, and then, oh, dear God, watch. You watch Star Trek Discovery? It's gonna be awful. I understand it.
Doomcock has had a bit of a hysterical breakdown at the prospect of imminently seeing, once again, Star Trek Discovery. You know, don't mock the Overlord for his tears. He has seen many, many battles in Star Trek Discovery and seen his beloved Star Trek go down the toilet at warp speed. And I will quote Alice Cooper here in support of Overlord DVD as he sobs away like a little bitch over there. And it says, if there's a tear on my face, makes me shiver to the bone, shakes me, babe. It's just a heartache that got caught in my eye. And you know, I never cried. I never cried.
Thank you, Harvey. I'm better now. I'm all better.
You were faking, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
How can you do that? That's so weird.
I got a lifetime of pain, man. Lifetime of pain. I can just go ahead and it's called acting. Brilliant. Thank you.
You're an asshole.
That was still a good Alice Cooper, man. I enjoyed it.
You're welcome. You're an asshole, but I do love you, man.
Oh, I love you too, Harvey. All right. Thank you, Dr. Forbin and Colossus. Both of you guys. Appreciate it very much. I'm looking forward to a nice vanilla shake from Whataburger. Yummy, 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 yummy. Let's see. What do we got here? We got Zane E. Zane E. Funny name. Says, since you brought up dildo and poop mines in the Star Trek universe, I think every episode should have these mines. Red shirt should also die by at least one of these mines per episode. Well, of course, by red shirt, you mean white male. Yeah, well, some people roll that way. I don't know. I get sick and tired of knowing that anytime that there is going to be a white male on one of these shows, there's three options for the white male. And that is to be a tyrant or a buffoon or to have a date with a coffin, i.e. to be dead. So either can be a tyrant, a buffoon, or dead. Those are basically the three options for white males these days. Even the heroes. Hell, you know, and it's even going into our males of color, our brothers of color. Look how Nick Fury was treated in Captain Marvel. So they went ahead and humiliated him. They took one of his signature, character icons, his eye patch, and basically turned him into a little punk who got clawed in the eye by a cat, by a household cat. How about that? How wonderful. Yep. So by red shirt, I think that's what you mean. And I agree. Rolo Cat. Hey, Rolo Cat says you could free Harvey before STD.
That would
Oh God, no, that would be awful. I tell you, darkness is fallen. Darkness falls across the land. The midnight hour is close at hand. And I am standing up and going to the lamp to turn it on. So I'm not sitting in the aforementioned dark. Yeah, it got dark. We've gone from day to dark here. Deo. It's gotten dark at the center of the earth, but we're still here. Let's see. Random Nerd of Doom with a question. Hey, Doomcock, who would you take as your henchwoman? Kate Beckinsale, Olivia Wilde, Jessica Alba, or Megan Fox? Megan Fox. Yes, Megan Fox. Man, was she something in Transformers? Whatever happened to her? You never see her anymore. It's a shame. She was really amazing. Kate Beckinsdale, 100%. Well, you know, we all have our different tastes. Me, I really liked her. Alba's not bad. No, none of them are bad. I'm just saying. Megan Fox was super hot. It says Dr. Coffin Nails agrees, by the way. All right. What are tasty balls made of? Asked Ken Jack Ben. I'm going to leave that to death metal tasty balls here. I'm not gonna interject or intercede in that. Mark C with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Mark. And he says, to my friends in the UK, welcome to V for Vendetta. Yeah. Welcome to Fright Night. For real. Yep, pretty much. V for Vendetta, a dystopian UK future by the great Alan Moore. In my book, the greatest comic book writer in history, Alan Moore, Watchmen, Miracle Man, V for Vendetta, and From Hell. He did League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, and he did Lost Girls, which is super hot porn. He does everything, man. He does it all. Yeah. To my friends in the UK, like I've said, I will do everything I can if this like intellectual iron curtain should drop and try to isolate Europe from Doomcock. I will do anything I can to keep broadcasting to you guys, keep getting you guys my content. Now it may be very complicated. I don't know. I'll do the best I can. You know, I will do audio only, you know, versions of my videos that will have no other intellectual property in it. See them block that, you know, I don't know, but I will do my best because we will not leave the UK behind. We will not forget the UK. The UK has brought me so much in my life, so much great entertainment, so much great thoughts. I just love British television and British culture. I love you guys. I will not let you down. I won't let you go. I will find you. Thank you, Mark C, for that. And thanks for supporting these guys. They deserve it. Change it, guys. Fight. Do whatever you can. Don't let this go. Please don't let this go. Lobby your individual countries now, wherever you are. It has to be approved and passed into legislation in your countries. Make sure your countries are saner than the EU governing council or whoever it is that wrote that crap. Generic edgelord with a 20 NOK. Would that be North Korean? No, it wouldn't be North Korean. I don't know what it is. New Orleans kroner? Shit, I don't know. Generic edgelord, thank you, regardless of what it is. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he says, a whim. That reminds me of maybe my favorite comedy of all time, The In-Laws. Did you guys see The In-Laws, the original In-Laws with Peter Falk and Alan Arkin? Have you guys seen that movie? If you have not seen that movie, you should. It is one of the funniest movies of all time. And Alan Arkin basically gets wrapped up in this caper that Columbo is running, you know, Peter Falk. And they're going to like some little South American country to deliver some stolen money printing plates to this dictator. And they're waiting to see, yes, serpentine shell, serpentine, says Jack the Tech. Exactly. Oh, you guys need to see The In-Laws. So they are waiting to see this nutty dictator, right? And they're waiting outside, and Peter Falk says to Alan Arkin, I'm trying to get the lines back. He says, by the way, Shell, don't say anything about the scar. The scar? Yeah, you see it, you understand, but don't see it. You take my meaning. Don't say anything about the scar. And he says, all right. And then the dictator opens the door and he says, Vince, my good friend, how are you, Vince? And Alan Arkin says, Z? What? Z? A general? It's a wonderful, wonderful opportunity. Because he's got a Z. The scar is a Z on his cheek. And Alan Arkin, a Z? A Z? What? Now, General, this is an amazing piece of art here. Why don't you tell us about this art, General? And then he's got like lips painted on his hand. And he goes, oh, I see you have noticed, Senor Pepe. Say hello to the nice man, Senor Pepe.
Oh, sí, sí, hola. It's very nice to see you.
And he says, Senor Pepe, are you thirsty perhaps?
Oh, sí, sí, yo quiero agua.
And then he pours a pitcher of water between his thumb and his hand.
Oh, I'm drinking the agua.
And it splatters on the floor. And Alan Arkin has his eyes wide and his hands on his cheeks, just speechless. What a great movie. Alan Arkin, Dr. Covendale saying, there are flames on my car. There are flames on my car. What are you saying, Shelley? Are you hysterical? Anyway, fantastic movie. If you guys have not seen it, check it out. Check it out. Check it out. Brother Malachi says a KGB agent that defected to the U.S. back in the 80s warned about how Marxists were infiltrating entertainment, education, and the news media. He did multiple videos and interviews. Very interesting, Brother Malachi. Perhaps this, pop culture Manchurian candidate stuff is finally paying off, because something's going on. Something terrible is happening to American culture and pop culture around the world. And I wouldn't put it past them. I do not trust the Russians. I do not. Not the government anyway. The people are wonderful, but the government, no. All right, let us continue on. Thank you. Yeah, so basically, a Whim, generic edgelord. That's what I'm talking about. The Walking Dude with $5 super chat. Thank you, Walking Dude. Walking Dude has excellent taste because in this super chat, he says, Chinatown is my favorite film of the 70s and all-timer. The Blu-ray has a commentary track from Robert Towne and David Fincher on it. Good stuff. Chinatown's absolutely one of my favorite movies of all time. In every way, the photography, Jack Nicholson's performance, John Huston plays Noah Cross, the horrible, rich, powerful, incestuous father and lover to Evelyn Mulwray. And it's just, oh God, it's a great movie. And interesting thing about this Walking Dude, turns out that the original script of Chinatown did not end the way it did. Basically, behind Towne's back, Polanski and Nicholson both got together and rewrote the ending. So it's one of the rare occasions when art by committee came out better than art by an individual. Same thing happened on Casablanca too. I mean, they were like 3 writers on Casablanca, and they were working not really together, kind of disjointed, and script pages were coming to the set, the day of the shooting, and it was hodgepodge, and they didn't even know how they were going to end it. So, sometimes the universe just conspires to do greatness. Well, what can you say, man? But Chinatown, God, so many great moments in that. Goddamn Florsheim shoes. Oh, and the score to Chinatown by Jerry Goldsmith, written in 10 days. He had 10 days to write this score. When the original score that was submitted was rejected and was not liked, and Jerry Goldsmith got the opportunity. Can you do it in 10 days? He did it. One of the greatest scores of all time. Because, man, I tell you, when Jack Nicholson You know, you start hearing this harp. He's walking away. He says, rum, rum, dun, dun. He turns around and he looks and he says, forget it, Jake. It's Chinatown. Wah, 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 wah. Just, man. If you haven't got the Chinatown soundtrack and you are a soundtrack lover, Mark C., I know you are. I don't know if you know Chinatown, but oh my God, one of the best scores ever written. Thank you, Walking Dude, not only for the super chat, but having outstanding taste. Sean Egan. Hail Sean Egan with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Sean, very, very much. And Sean says, no notification of your live stream. I'm subscribed and the bell is selected. You have forces keeping you down a little, I think. You should be 80,000 subscribers. We love you out here, DVD. Thank you, Sean Egan. Yes, I should. I feel no hesitation in saying that. Look, I'm told, Gary tells me, everyone tells me that in all the live streams and all the fandom menace, everyone talks about Doomcock. Everyone says, hail Doomcock, mentions Doomcock, asks where's Doomcock. And, with that kind of awareness, I certainly at least ought to have 20, 30, 40,000. I mean, easy. It's just, I don't get it. I think that it has been suppressed partially because of my not understanding the algorithm. And like I said, having too many live streams on my channel that brought down the number of views, and having short things like Harvey's videos on there that really killed the views too. So lots of things like that, guys. Lots of problems like that suppress the numbers. The algorithm is what it is. Plus, just my name, Doomcock, has been problematic as well. And so I stopped mentioning Doomcock in the texts. Lots of little things. And now, subs are trickling in, but I still think I'm being suppressed. But no bother. You guys are here. You know of me. And as long as that's true, that's all I need, really. The megalomaniacal raging supervillain within me wants to conquer, wants to rule, wants to have 100,000, 200,000, 1 million subscribers. But I know that I am very fortunate to have you guys, and that's enough, honestly, for me. But I'm going to keep trying. I'm going to keep trying to spread the word because I do want to conquer the world, and having a huge subscriber base will make it easier when the time comes. Sean, thank you so much. Thank you so much for letting me know that. Thank you for subscribing and for selecting the bell. Everybody, guys, you got to keep checking if you're subscribed. You got to keep ringing that bell because they will unhook you. That may be another way. God knows how many people get unsubscribed and unhooked every day. I have no idea. All I know is, these numbers have taken absolutely forever to get where they should be way past this at this point. So whatever the cause is, we're going to keep at it. Spread the word about my videos. Link in other places as well. That helps the algorithm when you have exterior links on other websites and forums, and chats are linking to you. That tells YouTube, hey, this is valuable content, and it'll help to negate this kind of crap. Anyway, Sean Egan, thank you so much, sir. I love you too, man. Adam Wofford, at last I have gotten to your 2 super chats here. Thank you, Adam, with the $5 and $2 super chat. Thank you for both of them. And Adam says, Doomcock, launch your crusade now so you can save Star Wars and Star Trek, TV and comics and books. Then we will join your crusade to the stars on your golden throne, leading the great crusade. Boy, this is stirring. This is very stirring. I am absolutely flattered, Adam. Thank you so much for your patience on those super chats and for making them. And Yeah, that is the aim. You know, I'm doing the Exozone with Gary, with Nerdrotic, hoping to gain access to alien technology before the invasion, so that when it comes and I take over the Earth, then we can spread, as you say, Adam offered, to the stars. Colonizing planets, conquering, call it what you will. Leave us not split infinitives or terms. Let us not bandy semantics. Conquest is conquest. What can I say? But I want to be out there. Then I will rewrite the Star Spangled Banner for my own purposes. Ha ha. I love the Star Spangled Banner, by the way. I think it is a stirring and beautiful national anthem. I do love the French national anthem, La Marseillaise, but I also love the Star Spangled Banner. And someday I will sing it to you guys, because by God, that's not copyrighted. And but not right now, because I'm getting hoarse, because I've been stalking for hours. But eventually, I would love to sing that for you guys, because I think it's a beautiful, stirring national anthem, and the message that it conveys is as relevant today as it ever was. So anyway, but that's an aside. Thank you, Sean Egan. Thank you, Adam Wofford. You guys are awesome, and launch your crusade now. Who should I read it? I think that calls for Shatner. Doomcock, launch your crusade now, so you can save Star Wars and Star Trek TVs and comics and books. Then we will join your crusade to the stars on your golden throne, leading the great crusade. Thank you, Adam. Hail Adam Wofford, and thank you, sir, for the super chats and for your patience. Lowe's with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Lowe's, again. And he says, bonus cash for the Phil's Grand Slam. Woo! The Phil's Grand Slam. Am I going to Wendy's? I'm going to go get some food here in just a minute. Yeah, getting hungry. Star Trek Discovery has started. It calls to me. Bally-suck may kill you. Yeah, bally-suck. Exactly. Lowe's, thank you. I will go ahead and opt for the fancy waffles at the Phil's Grand Slam. Woo! I do like that. I haven't been to Denny's in a long time. I used to like that. Also, IHOP. Yes, I have common tastes in a lot of ways. Very simple. That's why I'm going to be a great ruler of the earth. I am not going to be one of these damn third world dictator scumbags that is greedy and starves the people. My needs are few. You know, I just want some comics and some good books, and access to free music services and all the movies I want to watch, and a couple of houses, a couple of big mansions, and a capital, and some good cars, only 3 or 4, an old Bel Air, 56 Bel Air, and Eldorado. I like things with fins. It's not going to be much of a tyranny. I just want to get the world straight again. I want to save Star Trek and Star Wars and Doctor Who for next generations. I want to go ahead and preserve our cultural heritage and everything. And I just care about these things. I won't be a corrupt dictator. I will be a benevolent dictator, like Superman would have been if he ever decided to take over, like a Miracle Man in Alan Moore's incredible dissection of what it would be to be Superman. Are you really going to save cats out of trees and bust burglars and stuff? Or are you going to fix the world? Alan Moore says that Superman would have fixed the world, and I believe him. Thank you, Lowe's, for that. The Rookie Critic. Hail to the Rookie Critic, sir. Thank you, sir, for these 3 super chats. 3 super chats from the Rookie Critic in a row. Thank you very much, my friend. And he says, to lift spirits, part 3 of my Rotten Tomatoes versus Fandom Menace stop motion skit will be out soon. Bravo. Excellent. Please, man, tweet me these things, will you? So I can tweet them out when you're done. Keep me posted better. I want to promote you more. Anyway, he says, Brie Larson's face on a tomato, tomatoes being destroyed in various different ways, sound bites from the Phantom Menace, including yourself, Overlord. I might do a skit that is similar, but with Lucasfilm. Hail. Hail, rookie critic. And he says, also adds, yes, move your streams and you shall grow. That is what I'm going to do, you guys. Just to fill you in once again, for those of you who came in late, I am starting up a second channel. I am going to be moving live streams after I do them to this second channel. Okay. So immediately after I am done with these live streams, I will make them unlisted or private, and then I will download them and pop them onto the other channel. And I'm planning on making that other channel later on, hopefully this evening or early in the morning, depending. I got to go get some food here in a minute, guys. But it will be there afterwards. So it will usually be there just as quick as I can download and upload it again to that second channel. So just so you guys know, because it was really killing, part of what was killing my my subs and my views, just to let you guys know. Well, thank you very much, Rookie Critic, for all of those super chats. I really appreciate them. And well, so look, you guys, it's about getting close to we've been on about 3 to 4, 5, so close to 5 hours now we're coming up on. And I am basically getting kind of hungry here. So I hate to let you guys down, but I think what I should do, we are at 666 thumbs up. 666 thumbs up. How outstanding and how messed up. Lowe's says, good timing, Lord Doomcock. I was just about to go to bed. Good night, everyone. Good night, Lowe's. Random Nerd of Doom says, hey, Doomcock, you should build a machine that rips into a parallel universe where you could get a mirror universe version of Brie Larson, who isn't an SJW or evil, to replace ours. Sounds good to me. Sounds good to me, dude. I might well do that. 667 are here. Okay, 678 now. Call it Doom Thingy, says Ken Jack Ben. In honor of Basil? Yes, in honor of Basil. Well, okay, guys. Here's the thing. Man, I'd like to keep going. I really would. But we are coming up on 5 hours. I think I will cut it off here in a few minutes. And yeah, Michael Henry saying Doomcock singing the anthem and getting a copyright strike for the national anthem. Oh, I wish they would do that. I wish they would do that, because man, if you can't sing the national anthem without a copyright strike, oh my God, the promotion and publicity that I would get for that, because I would raise holy hell about it. That would be awesome. So here's what I'm gonna do, you guys. Okay. I am going to go ahead and wrap this up for now. Tomorrow, I will go ahead and do a Super Chat Square Up Volume 4, where I will go ahead and address all of the Super Chats that are left from tonight in a special, which is kind of cool because you get kind of a little mini live stream in the middle of the day. And so that will be waiting for you. I will also then watch Star Trek Discovery and be ready for my review. And I will offer that review as well as, I think, some Star Trek news that has come to my attention from Mills tomorrow. So I've got a lot of work to do, you guys. But you can look forward to a live stream tomorrow night. It will be a later live stream, though. It won't be at 7. It'll be a little bit later. And also some videos and the super chat square up as well tomorrow. So, all right, you guys, you need to get some food and get some drink and go, I guess. I recommend against watching Star Trek Discovery. I think it's a insane thing to do. I think it's a bad idea, but you know, I can't stop you. Oh, and John Tonette is here. And he says, hail, he received a certificate and he is now officially the Herald of Decapitation in Asia. Haha. John, I am delighted that you received your ambassadorial certificate from the nation of Doomcock here at the center of the earth. So thank you for agreeing to be my ambassador to China, sir. I appreciate that very much. And Adam, yes, I did read your super chat. Just going over here real quick to see if there's anything urgent. Otherwise, I will address all of these in a live stream tomorrow. Okay. Well, not live stream. It will be in a super chat square up. Get some pie, Doomcock, says Dahawk666. Thank you. Indiana Jeremy will go to eat now and watch some actual Star Trek. Excellent. Excellent. Stream, raid EVS and say, hail Doomcock, says Matthew Coyle. That's a good idea. Tell them I sent them. Brother Malachi says, did Doomcock read my $20 super chat? Let me see. Let me see. Have I read it yet? Brother Malachi here. Okay, well, since you asked, Brother Malachi, with this super chat, thank you, Brother Malachi, says, comments on Steve Shrive's comment that fans should get over the supposed pissing on canon by STD. His X was travel rules by TOS writers. It's not a big deal in TOS, but was dangerous in Star Trek 4. I tell you what, Brother Malachi, I'm going to do a super chat square up tomorrow. I'm going to do a volume of super chat square ups, and I think that that question deserves more attention than I can give it here real quick. I don't want to rush it off on any of these super chats that have been waiting. So if you will forgive me, sir, I will go ahead and address that tomorrow. Okay. So y'all have a good evening. I will see you, some of you, maybe tomorrow night as I review Star Trek Discovery and talk about the Star Trek news. I will have some videos out tomorrow. And yeah, so all of us here at the center of the earth are saying thank you for showing up on this Thursday afternoon, now evening. I hope that you will have a wonderful, wonderful evening. And yeah, Red Monarch, hail the chat, and Doomcock and Harvey, MK Dumas, 1981, hail Doomcock. Random Nerd of Doom, hail. Brother Malachi, to make sure I'm not taken out of context, see his video on who was the worst Star Trek time traveler. I will take a look at that if I can muster up the time, man. I will try to do that. Mary Ashmead, thank you for being here, Mary. You are awesome. You did a fantastic job. Thank you for your sacrifice. Thank you for being wonderful. Really, really appreciate it. Spartan Jeremy, good night. The ding, 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 ding. You guys are awesome. It has been fantastic. And I have had a blast. I would keep going on and on and on. But damn it, I guess I better eat. Night, y'all. Farewell, Omnis, says Carl Manvers. Bye, Harvey, my arch nemesis.
Goodbye, Dahawk666. We will square off one day. But until that day, cheerio and good night.
Josh and Rebecca Momani, farewell, Lord Doomcock, free Harvey, Hail Mary. Hail Mary indeed. You guys are awesome. Okay, Demon's Reflection, Darth Maul, M-A-L-L. 8-Bit Snake Boy, or SNK Boy. You guys are the best. I will see you. I'm going to do a live chat, live stream tomorrow to review Star Trek Discovery. Like I said, it will probably be between 9 and 10. Okay. Probably between 9 and 10. So I will see you guys then. Until that time, aloha. And of course, as always, my friends, stay angry. Stay angry. Mira J, no problem. But check back. I will post this. I will post this live stream on the new channel as soon as I get it up and running, probably later tonight. Okay, you guys, take care. Enjoy the rest of the evening, and I'll see you later. Bye-bye. Oh, and Super Chat Square Up tomorrow without fail. Good night, you guys, and thank you so much.